welcome back to another episode or spy number of Chasing Labels. I am your host, Andrew Cabral, and we are back here for episode or spy number 196. We are ever so close to reaching, I guess, the next milestone, which would be episode number 200, which I guess if the math works, will be happening sometime in September. But before we get to those celebrations down the line, we're back here once again. For those of you who are joining me here for the first time, this is the show or podcast, YouTube channel, however you want to call it, where we go over the recent announcements in the world of boutique home media, home video, home entertainment, however you want to say it. And it's just the last 2 weeks or so, and it's not everything in that world. It's just mostly things that I'm interested in the most, interested in adding to my collection, interested in watching, or just things that pique my interest in general. For those of you coming back here, once again, thank you for joining me. Always here for the repeated support in any way we can get it. I do have a guest here. My friend Ian Schultz is with us. He was on a recent episode of the Unwatched Pile. He was supposed to join me here about 2 weeks ago, but we had to reschedule. So he is back here once again, and I'll introducing him right now. Ian, welcome. Let me actually add you and fix that. So welcome, Ian. Welcome back, actually, because you've been here. This will be your third time here. Originally,
might be my fourth time, actually.
Oh, gee, I don't even. I never keep track of these things.
I think that's my fourth time, I think. Yeah, I was ill the other week, so I had to kind of cancel last minute. But luckily, this one's kind of worked out better because I've seen more of the films. So
yeah, last time was the Vinegar Syndrome episode, which is always overwhelming with all of like the 20 some odd releases that they throw at us. Speaking of which, this coming Saturday they'll be dropping more of those releases like clockwork. They never stop, those guys. But
have you got any intel on any possible ones that
get any of that stuff? I'm not one of the cool people that get intel like that very often, unless some people along the way slip us stuff. But no, I've got nothing. So I kind of learn things as everyone else does. I'm kind of one of the normal people. But for people who don't know what you're up to and what you're into, please, inform the crowd.
I was a film critic for like 10 years. I ran a site called Psychotronic Cinema. I'm currently volunteering at the Hyde Park Picture House, which is possibly the only cinema in the world that is still run on gaslit lamps, I guess you would say. Obviously, there's electricity as well, obviously, but it famously does have gas lights. And if you are in West Yorkshire in a few weeks, I will be screening a 35mm print of The Manchurian Candidate at the National Film and Media Museum in Bradford from the archive as part of Scholarama 2026 on the 4th of September. So if for some reason you are in God's own country, as it's known, come and see one of the greatest films ever made on 35mm.
Yeah, I do not disagree with that. That movie keeps getting more and more prominent with age. I feel like it never ages, The Manchurian Candidate. John Frankenheimer knew how to write a script back then, needless to say.
He didn't write the script. It was George Axelrod.
Oh, okay. See, you know more about it, way more about it than
he
I
wasn't
do.
really He wasn't really a screenwriter. I don't think he wrote many of his scripts, but it was George Axelrod who also wrote the film of Breakfast at Tiffany's and some other stuff. He was generally a sort of satirical writer, which is why the film is quite satirical in its own way. And I'll go into my introduction about how that film was actually not suppressed as often people think it was. It just kind of ran out of its theatrical life and wasn't screened, even though it was always available. It just kind of was a little forgotten for about 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that movie has a pretty prominent history on my home media. It's been released in every major format from what I can remember.
I still need to get the 4K at some point.
Yes, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to run it down in my head. Criterion has a release.
Aero has one here, and then Kino did a 4K.
That's what it was. So, it was one of those where Kino got the rights to a bunch of MGM movies for a very short amount of time. We've talked about it here many times. And they put them out all on 4K, and then all those rights have kind of lapsed. Like 12 Angry Men, Some Like It Hot, In the Heat of the Night, like all of those kind of MGM catalog titles. And now,
Silence of the Lambs, which we'll get to in a bit.
Yeah. Criterion wasted no time in scooping up those 4K rights here in Region A land. I know over in the UK, Arrow's got the rights, and they've already put out their release of Silence of the Lambs. So we've got some stuff to talk about, some comments here before we get into it. Somebody's here to talk about Sexy Beast. I'm glad somebody is, because I'm a big fan of that movie. I'm glad it's getting a pretty deluxe release from Second Sight. I've been championing that movie for years, and that movie hasn't had a lot of HD nice treatment. I know here in the US, the only Blu-ray release was one done by Twilight Time, which is long out of print. It was just stuck on DVD for many years. I know in the UK it's gotten a Blu-ray release there as well.
Yeah, I watched it. I've seen it before. I watched it earlier. It's not a great transfer, but
so I'm glad that it's getting some much needed love.
I mean, it's we'll get into it. It's definitely one of the most interesting films of that ilk, certainly.
Let's see. We'll be talking about Arrow, Criterion, Kino, Eureka, a few other ones that are kind of sprinkled throughout there. Even a mainstream one we have to drop a little bit on. Our friend Josie's here in the chat as well. She says, "Hello, Andrew and Ian. My birthday is tomorrow. Well, happy early birthday."
Well, happy birthday! It's your birthday here.
Yeah, and I'll say, Ian's already ahead of us. He's in the future. He's a time traveler, clearly. An early birthday gift she got was a History of Violence. I'm assuming that's the Criterion of History of Violence, and Throwdown. I think Throwdown is super underrated. That's a good pickup.
I once dragged my parents to see History of Violence when it came out.
You know what the history is behind that? That's like the last movie to get a VHS release. I believe
I'm very aware. I'm very aware. I really enjoy that podcast that Joss Olson does with Joe Dante.
Oh yeah. That's interesting.
At any time when he will bring up that his film killed VHS.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. We have someone also says someone rewatched the Heroic Trio, which is another Criterion release. Criterion just wrapped up their Barnes and Noble Criterion sale. Just ended yesterday, actually. I got in a couple of last minute race to the clock orders. I think it ended like midnight last night, and those will be coming in. I think I was saying last week again that I think I'm just going to wait until they all come in, then I'll do a video for. They do it all at once instead of doing them like piece by piece. Just do them all at once.
I'm really annoyed they've stopped doing international shipping.
Yeah, some companies are like that. They just don't do international shipping. Is it because of the tariff thing, or was it done before that?
Probably Brexit.
Oh, that too. I forgot about that. Let's see. So, that's what we're talking about. So let's get into.
And also, I'm always a little reluctant to import them because it's gotten better. But there was that factory in Mexico that were pressing the discs for a while. I think it's changed now, where sometimes the disc would be scratched.
Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever gotten a disc that's unplayable straight out of the plastic wrap?
Yeah, a couple trades. Because Lost Highway, I think, and Malcolm X, I think, with two.
Oh yeah. So I've been not saying things, but like Criterion sometimes has like a quality control issue I find with their packaging in general when it comes to the way in which
we will get to that in a bit.
Yeah. I was gonna say
we will get to that in a bit.
I have a whole issue where I like the cover art to be like, lined up properly, not misaligned, not crooked, putting the case right and all that kind of stuff, because that's the kind of OCD I have with collecting. And sometimes they come in the mail and they are strewn, they're wrinkled, they're torn. It's a whole issue that I've noticed has happened a lot over the years. Even the stock that they have in stores at local stores, they'll be like that. I'm like, anybody with a keen eye is not going to want to buy something that's torn up like this. But Anywho, I guess that's a good transition as we're going to get to transitioning into Criterion because they did announce their recent stuff. Um, hold on, that's the wrong one. I wanted to add this to the thing. So here you can see on the screen that they announced their stuff that's coming soon. And it's a decent month from them. I know, there's that. It's those transition months in between sales that I find so interesting, because the summer titles were really really hot. Like they were like some really great stuff. Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore came out this month. HUD, the
Just
Paul
got it
Mooney
today.
film. So much good stuff. But these October titles, I'll run them down and then we'll get into them individually because we've seen, Ian and I are such cinephiles that we've seen them all. So we have Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. We have The Silence of the Lambs, their 4K re-release of that. Christiane F. We have Christiane. Thank you, Christiane F. The Complete Kubrick, which we've talked about here before, but is officially part of their October slate. So I included that here already. Ian, I would love your take on Kubrick in general. And then the first films of Samuel Fuller, which is an Eclipse set Blu-ray re-release, which is awesome. I talk about the Steel Helmet all the time, and I'm glad perhaps more people will get to actually see it now that it's not just on an Eclipse series DVD and actually on a Blu-ray.
It's on Criterion channel.
It's on, it's been on there for a while as well. And then we have the Jerzy Skolimowski film, Welcome to the Terrordome, and then that's it, because Days and Nights in the Forest is from last month. So I don't know if you want to take
all October, all
October. I don't know if there's anyone you want to highlight specifically. If you want to just go in order with Del Toro's Frankenstein. What are your thoughts on his adaptation of Frankenstein?
Well, I saw it 3 times in the cinema, so I think I might be a fan of it.
Perhaps.
I mean, has there been a film I've seen more than twice since I have it liked? It probably has been, but no, I mean, he's I've said this before. He's my favorite director who can get films made.
Yeah.
Because my favorite director, as people will know, is Terry Gilliam, and obviously there is very much a lot of Gilliam's DNA in Del Toro, although they're also quite different in many ways. I mean, I think it's a very interesting adaptation where it kind of it's kind of a Frankenstein monster of all of the other adaptations, and then he does his own spin on it. And I thought some of the criticism of it was really stupid because we were like, oh, it's operatic and it's, melodramatic. And it's
he loves 19th century Gothic style, aesthetic, energy, themes. I think of Crimson Peak.
Has people read the book? That's the book.
Yeah, Mary Shelley like the grandmother of Gothic everything?
Yeah. Well, he's the mother of science fiction and horror literature, essentially.
Yeah.
And then her mom is the mother of feminism, and her dad is the father of anarchism. So
they got them all.
Yeah, but she is the all-time Nepo baby of all time, Mary Shelley.
Very much so. And Del Toro, this is right in his wheelhouse. He's been probably trying to make this movie forever. I mean, he
was talking about it in the 90s.
Oh, I can believe it. I mean, he's also one of those directors that he's not shy about his influences or his style or what he loves about movies and art and all that kind of stuff. If anybody's interested, check out, there was a special feature, I forget which one, when you go into like his Bleak House, where it's just basically this house of horrors that he has, where he has all the statues and all the paintings and artwork and the original posters.
I think it is the Chronos Criterion.
I think it's the Chronos release from Criterion. It's either that or the Devil's Backbone.
Yeah, it's one of the early ones.
It's one of the earlier ones, and you can just tell that this is his stuff. I mean, he's slowly making his way through all of the Universal monsters. I mean, he did his Creature of the Black Lagoon with The Shape of Water, which I just happen to have here. He's done his vampire movie with Chronos, which we just mentioned. He's done Frankenstein.
Blade as well as a vampire movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And his TV show.
Yeah, I actually have the first book in that series. I found it years ago, and I've been wanting to get the other ones.
I think I do somewhere as well.
So this is very much his style, and his sense of artistic aesthetic is very much on my vibe as well. Like it's beautiful. His art direction and set designs, costuming, all the small details you need for these types of idiosyncratic period pieces.
I was really annoyed by some like internet comments about it who were like it's Netflix slop. It's like, are you blind?
No,
like,
there's a lot of Netflix slop. This isn't one
are
of
you
them.
blind? It's like, how could you say that?
It's not like Red Notice or anything like that.
It's very much not.
No, not in the least
It
bit.
was one of the. I mean,
Yeah,
Netflix has gotten really bad in the last couple of years. Like the stuff
it's baffling because they put so much money into their productions, like hundreds of millions of dollars, and their movies look really bad. It's kind of astonishing how they can look that bad with all that money.
I mean, and they had two of the best films last year. That and one was not one they financed. Obviously, was his Train Dreams. Was I hope Criterion is going to bring that out.
Yeah, that's a beautiful movie. Sumptuously beautiful movie. It was one of my favorites last year, including along with Frankenstein. And this movie stars Oscar Isaac as well as Mia Goth, and was it Jacob Elordi played the monster?
Yeah, who replaced Andrew Garfield at like the 11th hour.
Yes, he did. And see, this was in the project. Like we said, was on the pipeline for several years, but this release specifically looks pretty good. Looks good in terms of special features. We have 4K digital master of the theatrical version of the film with Dolby Atmos soundtrack, 4K digital master of Frankenstein, the Reborn cut, a new 158-minute extended director's cut of the film,
which is 8 minutes longer.
Okay, so it's not super long.
Probably one scene he decided to cut. And
that's interesting. So there's 2 discs here, 2 4K discs, 2 Blu-ray discs, and the Blu-ray disc will have the features, audio commentary on the Reborn cut with Del Toro, Anatomy of a Lesson director's cut, new documentary on the making of the movie, The Parlor, a collection of conversations on the craft featuring Del Toro, Jacob Elordi, Mia Goth, Oscar Isaac, the cinematographer, production designer, costume designer, and creative designer Mike Hill. Q&A moderated with filmmaker Martin Scorsese and musician Patti Smith. That's fascinating.
Quite a combo, that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think it's 2 different Q&As. One Patti does and one Marty does.
Oh, okay. Let's say there's an interview with composer Alexander Desplat conducted by film music scholar John Burlingham. Alexander Desplat does the music in here, and every time he does music, he seems to get nominated for an Oscar. Every time he does Wes Anderson, at least, he gets nominated.
Well, Del Toro is kind of becoming the new Wes Anderson for Criterion, it seems.
Yeah, all of his stuff gets released now, and there were actual conversations when this movie came out last year on Netflix streaming, and there was a theatrical release for it. Man, you have to fight.
I saw it 3 times in the cinema. I mean, I do volunteer at the cinema, so that helps. And it was one they got, but they never got Train Dreams, strangely enough. So.
No, Train Dreams was such a small release.
Which I did see twice. I'm just going to get my cat.
No problem. But as I was saying, this did get a theatrical release, and this was on Netflix last year, and then people were wondering, is this going to get a physical media release? Because Guillermo del Toro is famously, loves physical media. He's made 2 trips into the Criterion Closet, if I remember correctly. One early on.
He was the very first.
Yeah, and one recently.
I think he may have done it 3 times, even possibly.
You may be right. Because I remember the first one I remember, because if you go back and watch it, he's looking for Paths of Glory, which they hadn't released yet, just to give you a sense of how far back that video is. And they were like, "Oh, we can send
you a copy," and he was like, "I'll just buy it." It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. He's that type of guy who just buy it. Christopher Nolan just did a Criterion Closet video, which he took so many things, which can't really blame him. I would do the same thing if I were in there as well. Matt Damon did one today. Speaking of, Christopher Nolan, I encourage everyone to go watch the Matt Damon one.
Criterion Closet video.
The one I remember I used to watch the Nicholas Winding Refn one a lot because I was really into Refn at the time because it was right around when Drive came out. A Guy Madden for me is the one I think about the most because he just has the bag and he's just stuffing stuff in the bag.
Well, it's funny. I was going to mention Guy Madden, and I interviewed him for Forbidden Room. It was right after that had come out. So I was like, I loved your Criterion Closet. We were just like, bag it, bag
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I call him the bad man because he was just bagging everything. When the Safdies went in there, they took like stacks of movies. Yeah, some people go in there are very classy about it. They take a couple here and there. Some people take one, and I'm like, if they give me the opportunity, I'm taking as much as I can. Yeah.
I think they probably take more. They just wanted to talk about one film.
That's true too, and I know they're going around now to different festivals where they have the Criterion Closet van, the truck, and people wait in line for hours to get into it. They give you 3 minutes. I think you can take 3 movies, and you take a photograph, and that's kind of it. But at least you kind of get that sense of an experience of it. Some people asked if there was any people who were not like movie related people that got to go in there, like a regular fan like us.
There's been plenty of there's been some musicians who aren't really film people.
Very true, yeah. There have been musicians who've gone into it. There's been all kinds of people. There's been,
I was just going to say that when they're not necessarily involved with film, obviously they like films, obviously.
Right.
But yeah, I think that's generally been the case.
Yeah, I like so many of them, but the ones I remember one of the first ones that I ever saw, other than the Del Toro one, was Robert Downey Sr. This was an early video of Robert Downey Sr. and he was talking about like John Cassavetes and knowing him and stuff like that. I thought it was
Fellini and this type of stuff you would imagine he would be into.
Right. Yeah, again, and the closet was not like it is now, where it was overstuffed with things. It was very, very sparse back then. The one I liked the most recently was probably Laura Dern, because I thought she was so insightful about so many different movies.
The one with Amy Lou Wood was quite charming.
Oh yes, she was really good. Mikey Madison I thought was really good as well. This was right around when Anora was having its critical run last year, the year before. Yeah, I thought that was a really good one. Yeah, there's a lot of fantastic ones. They've been going on for years and years and years, well over a decade. Like I'm talking like 15 years now. A movie that is no stranger to the Criterion Closet, because it's been in there for quite a while, is Silence of the Lambs. Silence of the Lambs is spine number 13. I actually had this DVD at one point. I think I may still have it somewhere.
I had the DVD as well. I gave it to someone at some point.
I have this, and I have Hard Boiled. I've since upgraded to the Arrow release of Hard Boiled, which is much nicer than the old letterbox DVD of it.
And it has the extras as well. It has the commentary.
Yeah, and that is also the key thing with Criterion, is sometimes some of the extras are exclusive to the Criterion release. Sometimes some of the extras are exclusive to the Criterion laser discs from way back when. And I know, Ian, you had mentioned, this is several months back, that I wasn't Boys in the Hood a Laserdisc release from Criterion.
Yeah, Boys in the Hood was a Laserdisc.
Because I mistakenly thought that the Hood trilogy was like his introduction to Criterion, but it's not. John Singleton, it's not.
And that was a big Laserdisc at the time. That was like one of the ones that a lot of people got. It was a really popular one.
I could imagine. People don't realize this, but back in the day, Criterion had like 2001 Space Odyssey was a Criterion release. Ghostbusters was a Criterion release on Laserdisc. Close Encounters. I think Citizen Kane was as well.
Yeah, it was the first commentary track was Citizen Kane.
Nice. Yeah. So those are big.
No, it was King Kong. It was King Kong was the first.
Yeah, just the fact that was on, Criterion Laserdisc is fascinating.
I wouldn't be surprised if that comes to Criterion 4K at some point.
Well, right now Warner Brothers, with all the stuff they're doing behind the scenes, they're still, licensing out their back catalog now more than ever before. Not only do they have Warner Archive, which puts out their catalog stuff, but they're licensing out to Arrow. They're licensing out to Criterion. So we're seeing more and more of this stuff.
Syndrome just struck that deal.
Oh yes, and Vinegar Syndrome as well. So whatever happens with Warner Brothers in the future, these deals are still in place, I guess, for the time being. But
as much as that is the only possible good thing about the Paramount merger, is at least Paramount seems to be interested in physical media still, possibly.
I'll say this.
Although I don't trust them whatsoever because I think
No,
they're
same here.
fascist. But that's a whole different question.
Things can change in a moment's notice. I would say this: since Paramount's been lending out their back catalog to the boutiques. I've liked them a lot more. For example, HUD, which is the Paul Newman movie, which we just did a review on, that's a Paramount release. That was stuck on Paramount DVD for years until recently.
I was so annoyed when that got announced. I had literally got the Imprint one.
I was gonna say I held out. I was gonna get the Imprint one, and I'm like, and then I heard that there's a new 4K restoration that just happened. It's showing at movie festivals. So I'm like, okay, hopefully we get a Criterion release, or something from someone. And lo and behold, it did come out. So I will
probably
about
get
that
it at some point.
But as I was saying, The Silence of the Lambs, I think it's a movie that probably needs no real introduction. It's it's the adaptation of the Thomas Harris novel, starring Anthony Hopkins as well as Jodie Foster. It is a Best Picture winner, one of the few genre Best Picture winners we've had in recent memory.
I think it was the first film that was a horror movie.
Yeah,
one. Even though it's more of a crime movie, but
yeah, if you wanted to wedge it in a bunch of genres, you could,
But yeah, I mean, it's a great movie. I mean, I think probably the Era one is probably the way to go. I think that it's just probably better on that.
Yeah, I haven't done a comparison, a special features comparison. It's interesting that you mentioned that because during the sale, I wanted to get With Nail and I. And I know there's a Criterion release of With Nail and I, and there's an Arrow release. And I'm still debating which one is better.
I think the Arrow has the edge on that.
The Arrow has a couple of more features than the Criterion does. Which is kind of annoying because they're like interview types of stuff that I don't know why Criterion couldn't get their hands on. It wasn't like it was new stuff. But the Arrow release does have more. Yeah, so I was just doing a little comparison there. But for this release, there's a 4K digital restoration supervised by the director of photography, Tak Fujimoto. Sadly, of course, the director is no longer with us, in Jonathan Demme. And
yep, I mean, it's what he could be making now would be fantastic. I think he was at the point where he was going to have a real sort of comeback, possibly.
Yeah, wasn't his last movie the one with Meryl Streep, Ricky and the Flash?
No, it's his last narrative feature was A Master Builder, which isn't Criterion.
Oh, okay.
So I still haven't seen. I need to watch that at some point.
Yeah, what's interesting is I think TCM was having a Tom Hanks marathon a couple of weeks ago. I think because it was Tom Hanks's birthday or something, and they showed Philadelphia, and I was like, "Oh, that's Jonathan Demme," and I was just thinking, "Oh wow, how sad that is that he's been gone now for a decade."
Of his decline, however, I mean, I don't think Philadelphia is a great. I mean, it's an important film for that moment, but I think as a film, it's not aged great.
Considering, yeah, because it gets into a lot of the politics of it all. I kind of understand what you're saying. Yeah.
No, I have no problem with that. I think I mean, it was also clearly a response to some of the backlash behind towards Signs of the Lambs.
Oh, okay.
Because to the film at the time that it was picketed at the Oscars by LGBTQ protesters.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah. And the film has had a complicated history, let's say, although I think it's very obvious that the filmmakers and the actors, that was never anyone's intention. But I always kind of get that Philadelphia was kind of almost an apology for upset for science.
I from that perspective, I understand what you're saying. It's interesting that you mentioned that because I almost forget all these things. But yeah, there was a time, I think specifically 70s and 80s, where in horror movies, the villains, if you will, were people who were typically of the queer community. Buffalo Bill, in Silence of the Lambs, and people who were of a sexual queer nature ended up being like these monstrous villains in all of these horror films. And after a while, it's like it's a little much.
Well, there's the best film of the year, which is out in the U.S. in about a week, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about that.
Oh, good. And you're talking about the Jane Schoenbrun's new film, right?
Yeah, Teenage Sex and Death at Camp Miasma, which...
Yeah, I'm waiting so much for that movie. It comes out, I think, the first release
the 7th
week in August here in the U.S., and I wish it was out already, but there's just so much out right now that it would get lost.
There's previews here and there, so maybe check your local listings.
Yeah, I will check. I know Nicholas Winding Refn's new film just came out, Her Private Hell, which I did get to see, and I'm
not going to see it till September. I know I'm going to love it, and I know
I'm not going to say anything about it.
I hate it.
Needless to say, it's quite possibly his most pretentious movie.
No, I know that, and I'm going to love it. I can't wait.
Yeah. If you're into like surreal movies that don't have a plot, if you like Only God Forgives, it's like Only God Forgives and Megalopolis together. It's quite fascinating.
Like a dream movie for me.
He loves that neon lighting. Loves it.
Well, there was the podcast that I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw a clip of it. That podcast that Alonso Delgado does with it's a continuation. It's from the one they used to have on the Young Turks back in the day. It's the same co-host. Where she said this is a film that's going to play in the background of gay ballers for years to come.
I don't disagree with that notion. But this movie here, interesting that this would play in the background of bars. There's one 4K UHD disc of the film, and then the Blu-ray, and then 2 Blu-rays with the movie and special features. Audio commentary from '94 with Jonathan Demme, as well as the actors Jodie Foster, Anthony Hopkins. You've got screenwriter Ted Talley and former FBI agent John Douglas. Interview with critic Maitland McDonough. Deleted scenes, interview from 2005 with Demme and Foster, 4 documentaries featuring hours of interviews with cast and crew, behind the scenes behind the scenes featurette, storyboards, trailer. Of course, this comes with a booklet as well. But if you have this Blu-ray already, like I do, I don't know if you necessarily have to upgrade just for the booklet.
Yeah, I have the Arrow release and I have the Blu-ray Criterion, so I'm happy.
Yeah,
with
it's
that.
like I don't know if it's a necessarily
and the Arrow one has some trans critics are involved with that release, so that's kind of
nice.
interesting.
That's something I wish. Yeah, I wish I could just get my hands on these special features that I don't have for certain releases, as opposed to having to buy a whole other release. It's an ongoing thing within the collecting community. If you want everything from a specific movie, you have to buy multiple editions from all over the place.
I try not to buy multiple editions at this point, but sometimes you have to.
Sometimes you're like me and you accidentally buy the same movie twice. I've done that before.
Well, I'm pretty good at double checking on Blu-ray.com if I have it. So
yeah, I'm bad at logging my movies because I typically like to log my movies on there after I've seen them, as opposed to logging them as soon as I get them. So
and I've had to not say anything on forums there anymore because I'll get banned again.
Yeah, there's a lot of fighting that goes on in those forums.
And those moderators are, let's just say, a bit fascistic. Let's just say that.
They like to clean. They like to keep it clean, I guess. Who knows?
And they have that one critic who should be executed, in my opinion.
Oh, gee.
I think you know who I mean.
Yeah, perhaps, because there are a few people on there that...
He's a doctor of some kind.
He did. Ironically, he does all of the reviews for these releases.
It's like, please get someone else.
It's interesting how like most Criterion releases get like the highest marks, and Criterion for their stuff does do pretty nice work, but they're not above criticism when it comes to their releases. I would say.
Yeah, same with any label.
Any label, really, not above criticism.
I mean, I still think they are kind of the gold standard, but obviously there's plenty of companies who are doing just as good, if not better, work on some of these films. So,
Yeah, but this movie here is actually a first-time watch for me, and I know, Ian, you had seen it previously.
Is this Christiane F?
Yeah, Christiane F. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one that I don't think is that well known in the U.S. It was a big deal when it came out. It was a big art house hit. It's a true story about this teenage girl in West Germany in the 70s, who it was a junkie, or is a junkie. She's still alive and is a junkie. Who also was a prostitute by the time she was 14, and was a massive David Bowie fan, which is why David Bowie's in it. And
Yeah, Bowie's in the movie.
Yeah, and it's all soundtracked by all like it's great David Bowie songs from his sort of peak period. And yeah, it's a great addiction film. Fantastic cinematography of Germany at that time. And
yeah, it's a harrowing, like gritty movie for that time. But it fits the aesthetic, I think, of that like 70s cinematic grind, nihilism, and just kind of no holds barred type of.
Yeah, it's kind of a punk movie before punk, even though it obviously comes out after punk. But it definitely and she ended up being a punk, which is not hugely surprising. I actually have a record by her. She did like some kind of like industrial stuff in the 80s. It actually is probably your most famous guest's favorite film.
Oh,
it's Sean Baker's favorite film.
I did not know that. I did
Which
not
is why
know
he's
that.
on
That's
this.
interesting. I'm pretty sure then he will probably be getting this.
I'm pretty sure he will have one in the post.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure too. But yeah, this movie is right up there with a lot of other similar movies that deal with the subject matter of young people getting into drugs and the spiral downward that undertakes. Because this movie has some moments that will make you squirm if you have a sensitivity to like drug use and desperate people doing desperate things for drugs. I mean, it's right up there with like Requiem for a Dream. I always think of that Aronofsky film when I think of those types of films. And there's even ones before this, like Panic in Needle Park with Al Pacino, The Man with the Golden Arm. Also, I think isn't that with Sinatra? If I remember.
Sinatra, yeah.
So there's been these types of movies. I mean, going all the way back to the ridiculousness that is Reefer Madness,
even like in the 70s, you had like Go Ask Alice and those.
Yeah. There's always these types of movies that for every generation, and there's consistent themes that are highlighted throughout that I think carry over through every generation. I mean, this type of dependency on drugs and how negatively it affects your life goes throughout the generations. They're really kind of constant.
Well, speaking of Requiem for a Dream, the director would go on to make Last Exit to Brooklyn, which of course is a Hubert Selby adaptation as well.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. But this release here doesn't have much in the way of special features, but we'll roll with it. New 4K digital restoration. It's a 1 4K disc, 1 Blu-ray disc. New interview with the director Adele. New appreciation by filmmaker Sean Baker. There you go, nailed it. Interview with 2022 with actor. I'm gonna ruin her name. Nadja Brunkhurst. And then
who's also now a filmmaker, by the way. She just had a film at a film festival, and it was kind of a bit of a sleeper hit.
I did not know that. This movie here is available on the Criterion.
She kind of stopped acting for a while. I think the kind of fame, the film was huge in Germany. It was a massive smash, and like teenage girls would like dress as her.
Oh,
and she has a very cool look to her in the film. And the book, the book was told by is credited to Christiane F. It was told to a journalist, and the book was like a bestseller in Germany and actually a lot of the world. Actually, even though the book is actually out of print now outside of like Germany and France, I've been trying to find a cheap paperback for years, and it's actually taught in school in Germany.
Cool.
As like,
yeah, I This was my first introduction to the movie. I didn't even realize until I started doing some tangential research that it is based on a real person's real life, based on a book that she had wrote, like a memoir.
A family friend met her about 15 years ago at something, and he was like, "She's still a junkie."
Yeah. Oh, gee, that's unfortunate. When it comes to drug use, alcoholism, any type of addiction, it's a lifelong battle. Like you never stop fighting it.
I think she gave up fighting a long time ago.
That's a shame. That's really a shame because it's not an easy battle, and sometimes people do just tend, they stop wanting to fight after a while. You're just tired of the fighting. This here is the complete Kubrick, which I talked about a couple of episodes ago when it was announced.
Christiane, if I want to mention,
sure.
There is a very strange remake for German television they did a few years ago. I think it's on Amazon, and it's like set. It's kind of set now, but it's kind of set in the 70s.
Oh.
And it's a very odd sort of way of doing it. And that one, the one interesting about that one, it's not very good. Although the actors are good, and that's all the David Bowie references. It's a very, very odd thing to watch, especially after you've seen the film. And the film goes into this too, but the show kind of goes more into that. The sort of group of, because all of her friends were prostitutes, including her boyfriend, which the film goes into and is a part of the film. That kind of goes into more the fact that a lot of these kids were sleeping with kind of aristocrat, rich Germans for money. And that's kind of an interesting thing to kind of go into more in the TV version. Although the TV version is not very good, but it's worth seeing because it is just so bizarre the way that it made no sense to me.
Yeah, that is.
It's very, very odd.
There's a lot of social commentary in the story. Now that the more I think about it, yeah.
And I have been to the zoo. I have been to that train station, and it's still a bit shady.
I would imagine. But this Kubrick, before I get into this Kubrick set, there are some comments I do want to keep up with a little bit. Our friend Adam Schofield is here. He says hello. We have a comment that I should like Refn, but can't get that into him. I kind of understand. He's one of the most interesting directors. Everybody I think saw Drive and was like, "Oh, I love it," and then he started making movies that were more in line with his style, and then people were like, "Oh, maybe I don't like him so much." I still really love his Pusher trilogy a lot. I know that's finally gotten some nice release over the last.
Have you seen the documentary that was made when he was doing 2?
Oh yeah,
which is hilarious because he made that film Fear X actually with Hubert Selby, and he like lost all his savings because the film bombed. He has to make Pusher 2 to make back like the $2 million he's lost. And his wife is like, and he's still buying like his toys and his posters, and she's like, "What the hell is wrong with you? Like, what?" It's like, "I'm a dreamer, baby. We're gonna make all this money. I'm gonna sell out and make this sequel. When I can get back."
Yeah, I guess. And the irony is that he did go on to make several more movies after that. But what's interesting is Refn with Her Private Hell. It's the first movie he's done in 10 years. In between that time, since
he's done those 2 TV shows.
Those 2 TV, one on Amazon and one on Netflix. And
he nearly died as well. There's that.
Yeah, Neon. I'm trying to think of his last movie was Neon Demon because I remember seeing that in the theater.
Yeah,
that was a trip in the theater. I'll tell you that. And yeah, in between then and now, he's been doing a lot of television work. And then this was kind of his big return. I know this was it premiered at Cannes and whatnot. I remember his
curve for that was spectacular.
Yeah, I heard. You wouldn't believe this weekend. So this weekend it got, I guess it's limited release here. So many videos I saw on TikTok and Instagram reels of people like walking out of the theater, like just walking out. Personally, for me, I've never walked out of a movie. So I don't know how bad a movie has to be.
Very, very rarely. And sometimes it's just to go see a different film, to be honest.
Yeah, I understandable. But yeah, I've never. Yeah, some people just walk out. I remember we were talking about Aronofsky earlier. I remember seeing people walk out of Mother because they went to that movie thinking that they were going to see a Jennifer Lawrence movie, and it is, but it's not what you think. It's not Hunger Games, you know.
Well, I've got a funny one of that. I clapped at the very end, and everyone turned around and like thought I had done something terrible. It was really funny.
It's interesting that we mentioned that. I mean, I'm going on a whole ref and rant right now, but I saw many people who did reviews on TikTok and such saying that, I went to this movie to see Sophie Thatcher because I'm a big fan of her. I went Charles Melton.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure they are.
And then they're like, this is not the movie I thought it was going to be. And I'm like, you got to do a little bit of research before you go in. I know people like to go into movies blind.
Like the most commercial movie. She's got a wacky, weird side to her.
She hasn't done the most commercial thing. She did what's the TV show that she was on?
Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, Yellow Jackets.
That's not that's pretty out there TV show.
Yeah, that's probably the most mainstream thing. And then she was in that horror movie last year, which I thought was very good.
Erotic Companion,
Yeah.
I mean, she's got her weird side to her. I don't know why anyone would. I mean, it's just probably think she's very cute because she is, but yeah, that's a very weird take.
Yeah, someone says Adam Schofield says the violence in Mother is pretty rough. It is. I think it's like supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
The bit with the baby is something I don't think you'll ever forget on screen. Yet again, it's all like metaphorical dreamscape type stuff.
Well, I also love the bit where it becomes Brazil for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
as well.
Great. Let's see. But let's get into, speaking of someone who's not the easiest director to get into, Stanley Kubrick. I know there are many people who can't get into his work. I've been in love with Kubrick ever since I first saw his work. I'm a big fan.
I'm the same. I mean, is he the best director of all time? Maybe, maybe not, but certainly up there.
Certainly the most detail-oriented, one of the most controlling ones, because he was such a... If you learn anything about him and his work, he was very cerebral about it being as perfect as possible. He was a perfectionist, clearly. If people don't know this, originally he was a photographer, so his eyes for, the visual scheme of things is very specific. So I kind of understand why he wants everything the way he wants it to be. This set here is all encompassing. It's all of his feature films, including Fear and Desire, which is the movie he famously wanted to buy up all the copies of and have it never see the light of day. I talked about it when I talked about it originally, how it's kind of like his student film, if you will. But there are things in there that you'll see that he will go on to utilize again afterward. But all of these movies have gotten Blu-ray releases. Several of them have gotten 4Ks already. This set is massive and massively expensive. As someone here has mentioned, they're selling it for like nearly $500. No one, I don't think, is going to pay this price. This is something you have to wait.
Everyone's going to be waiting for that sale.
Yeah, 50% off at minimum for this.
And after the sale is like 3 weeks later, so that helps.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's even if you see, I have all the movies already, and even the ones that are on 4K I have, except for except for Dr. Strangelove. Dr. Strangelove, I only have it on Blu-ray, but I have the Criterion Blu-ray of it, which I just got actually. But it's been available for years on 4K. But yeah, this is a massive set. If you're a Kubrick completist, Kubrick fan, this is the set for you. His work has meant a lot to me just as a film lover, because his films are so specifically different. They're so unique in their own way. They're different genres. They're different time periods. They're different different styles of filmmaking are in there. Like The Shining doesn't look quite like, A Clockwork Orange. Lolita is not like Spartacus. Although Spartacus, some can debate whether how much he actually directed that movie. The story is that basically Kirk Douglas directed that movie, and Kubrick's name is on it.
I don't think that's the case. I think he definitely directed it.
You do? Yeah. It's one of those conspiracy theories.
Mann did a couple weeks on it before Kubrick came in, but
yeah. It's one of those conspiracy theories, like Steven Spielberg actually directed.
Oh, that's not true.
Yeah, it's not true at all. Toby Hooper actually directed Poltergeist. That's the movie.
I mean,
But
he was hands-on, you know.
yeah, he was a producer on it.
He was a creative producer, and you know he was there for a lot of the shoot. But no,
Yeah.
obviously Toby Hooper directed it.
But yeah, this is an all-encompassing set. We've already kind of covered this. I don't have to cover everything on it. There's a lot of special features, all kinds of stuff. But something that does excite me a lot is the first films of Samuel Fuller. If you're getting into Criterion for the first time,
about Kubrick, I mean, I
Yeah.
can't really justify buying it as much as I would love to have it.
I understand.
I
I totally get. As somebody who has had the DVDs, the Blu-rays, the 4Ks, I kind of understand that as well.
And also, that packaging is going to scratch. Those discs are going to be scratched to hell before.
So there is a trailer. There is a trailer about the design of the packaging. The design was actually done by Sister Hyde, Drusilla, who was on Chasing Labels many years ago, and she's designed several things for Criterion. And it's supposed to look like a package, like in one of the Kubrick documentaries. And just conceptually, I like it, but I'm curious about how the discs are stored. That's the most important thing. You're right. Are the discs going to move? Is it go? I talked about this when I had our friend Rachel Belwar on here. Is it going to be like the Agnes Varda set, or is it going to be more secure? Because the Agnes Varda set, the discs can slide all over the place. It was the same thing where I have the Godzilla set next to me, the Fellini set, where the discs are like in these slots and they start sliding because the glue comes undone over time. That's a problem. And we talked about it with her where I'm like, go back to the thin packs. The thin packs or the digipacks, I thought were a really nice, efficient way to store the discs. That was kind of, I was on board with those.
I mean, I just hope they do a standalone of Lolita at some point.
I heard that they were going to do standalone releases of these releases. That's what I heard. I did hear that.
That would be fantastic.
That would be great as well. And they've done several of them so far. Like we've gotten standalone releases of Barry Lyndon, of Eyes Wide Shut, and there are standalone 4K releases already from Warner Brothers for 2001, The Shining, Clockwork Orange. I just happen to have Eyes Wide Shut next to me. And it's, I wouldn't mind them doing that as well, because Lolita is the one that I think a lot of people have wanted over the years. There was a plain Jane, no frills Lolita Blu-ray from Warner Brothers around 2011. That's when that came out, and that's kind of the only form I think we've gotten on Blu-ray here for that movie.
It's not a super extra heavy disc anyway. It has a new interview with Jonathan Lethem, who's a great writer. If no one's read his books, he's great. And then there's an interview with Sue Lin and Nabokov interview, and then some screen tests, and that's about it. So hopefully that will get an individual release. Annoyingly, in the UK, Warners have not licensed the Kubricks for Criterion here. So they've been doing these very well. In Barry Lyndon's case, a vanilla disc 4K without the extras, which is really annoying. And Eyes Wide Shut will just have the old extras, I believe, which is again really annoying. If this magically comes to the UK, I will buy it. But otherwise, I'm not going to buy it.
Gotcha. Well, what are your opinions about Samuel Fuller? Because I think he's kind of like Criterion 101. Like, if you're getting into Criterion,
he's one of my favorite directors of all time. He's one of my all-time favorite directors. And this set is great. I think all three films are really fantastic. The one I hadn't seen was Bone of Arizona, which I watched earlier this week or last week. No, last week, because it's Tuesday, isn't it now? Which reminded me a bit of There Will Be Blood. It's kind of, he's a similar sort of con man in the West, with a fantastic Vincent Price performance. And I thought Jesse James is great, which, if you've seen the assassination of Jesse James by Kevin Robert Ford, it definitely, besides obviously being obviously the same story in many ways. It's definitely a lot of that comes from that film, and is a really unique Western. It deals with one of the things that it quite for a film in 1950. It very much deals with like the very clear homoeroticness between Robert Ford and Jesse James. There's that bathing scene that's pretty out there for 1950. And of course, Steel Helmet is just one of the great.
Yeah, I think Steel Helmet's excellent. I saw it years ago, perhaps even on the old Filmstruck streaming service or somewhere around there. It's a movie set during the Korean. We don't get a lot of Korean War movies. We don't get a lot of those. It's kind of a simple premise. It's this group of soldiers in the jungle trying to survive. That's kind of the basic premise of the movie, and it's relatively short, and it really, really works. It's really, really great.
Fantastic cinematography in it.
Yeah, it's so claustrophobic because you got all those trees and the jungle, the atmosphere, the desperation of trying to survive, that tenseness. That's all really good stuff.
Big influence on Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, I don't doubt that a lot. I don't doubt that. But when it comes to these Eclipse sets, there's really nothing too much in the way of special features here. There's just an essay by film critic Nick Pinkerton.
I was quite disappointed they didn't get like Jim Jarmusch or someone to come in and talk about.
Yeah, my guess is they're trying out to see if these are going to sell. You know what I mean? Like from what I understand, I think the Eclipse series sets are kind of all out of print now, because they haven't been in circulation in years. They haven't made a new one in years, and they're kind of slowly re-releasing some of them on Blu-ray to kind of maybe spark interest for people. I know they've got my interest if they keep doing these. If they keep doing these, I would love. I was talking about Oshima, like Oshima's Outlaw 60s. I would love if they would do that.
Well, I think that Radiant set has kind of eclipsed that.
Yeah, what's ironically is we just talked about A Cruel Story of Youth. We did a review on it here, and I brought this set out, the Radical Japan set from Radiance, which has a lot of Oshima films on it. And they put out a bunch of Oshima films in general from Criterion.
I think they're doing a volume 2 as well.
Yes, I think so. I talked about it during the review, but of course they put out Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. They put out In the Realm of the Senses. Criterion has. They put out Death by Hanging is, I think, one of his most notorious ones. But I would love just that set put out on Blu-ray. That would be really, really cool. But this is Eclipse Series 5, the first films of Sam Fuller. I would love if they would do the same thing with also Akira Kurosawa. There's a first films of Akira Kurosawa set. But if they're going to put out a Blu-ray set eventually, hold off on that.
And the post-war one as well.
Yes. Couple of other releases here from Criterion. Jerzy Skolimowski's movie The Shout. Ian, you said you've seen it. This is an interesting...
Yeah, it's a very interesting film. I'm not sure it completely works, but
it tries. It
tries. It's if you like The Last Wave, and sort of like some of the British folklore stuff, I think you would. If you like the Peter Strickland stuff, if you're really into his stuff, you definitely see like Barbarian Sound Studio and the more recent one he did, which I can't remember the name of. If you like that, you will really, really like this one.
Yeah, it's very psychological, very underlay on like all of the stuff is going on in this movie. I think is underneath the surface. It's very laid back and not a lot going on, but there's a lot of tension in the air in this movie. This says here it's a tour de force of psychic dread that begins as an ambient murmur and builds to an existential shriek. I guess that's a good way to say it. It's an adaptation of a short story. It takes place in a small village. A young John Hurt's in the movie. Susanna York is in the movie. To me, when you say the word a young John Hurt, that sounds like an oxymoron, because to me, John Hurt has always looked relatively elderly, even in his young age. And in this movie, there's just this arrival of this weird, enigmatic stranger who just inserts himself like an iron rod into these people's lives and creates all kinds of existential problems. But all those existential problems are all underneath the surface. It's not fully outwardly explored, really, in any way. It's a unique movie, very unique. There's a magic quality to it. It's so tough to describe without people actually seeing the movie because it's almost undescribable.
It's one to see. I mean, I think it will probably end up on Criterion channel if it's not already.
Yeah, that's where I watched it.
Okay, so I would recommend people watch it there and then decide if they want to buy it. It won't be for everyone. I mean, I like it. I don't think it's the guy's best film. Have you seen Deep End?
I have not seen. The only other work I think I've seen of Jerzy Skolimowski is his recent movie EO, which got a Criterion premieres release.
Deep End is one of the best British films of the late 60s, early 70s. It's fantastic.
I'm going to add it to my watch list then, because I want to see more of his work.
Back in the early 80s when David Lynch had this weird, like he was very anti-color for a period. And there's an interview in, I think, Enemy in like 1982. He's like, I don't really like color films, but I really like this film Deep End. And when you watch it, you're like, yeah, I see why David Lynch would like this film.
Okay,
I mean,
it's got a Lynchian vibe to it.
It's kind of bit like Blue Velvet in a way.
Oh, see, you're speaking my language.
And it's got a great soundtrack by the band Can. Does some songs for it. It's a really interesting, very perverse film that everyone should see. It's fantastic.
I'm going to check it out. But this release here is the 2K restoration, approved by the director and the director of photography as well.
He's still alive. He's like 88 or something.
He just came out, what, 2-3 years ago? Yeah, he did an interview for that release as well, for that EO release, where he talks about that movie.
He does one for this as well.
Yeah, there's a new interview with him and the producer, Jeremy Thomas, excerpt from Skolimowski's.
I have been to Jeremy Thomas's office.
That's kind of cool. That's a bit of a flex.
And I got to hold the typewriter from Naked Lunch.
Oh, nice! And you have to feed that thing. You know?
Yeah. He's one of the best. He's probably the best British film producer. He is one of those. He's one of the very rare producers. This was the second film he produced, by the way.
Oh.
He produced Mad Dog Morgan with Dennis Hopper.
Oh yeah,
that was his first film. But he's one of the very few producers who will not. He doesn't really care about. He produced Merry Christmas is the Last Emperor, a bunch of Cronenberg films. He worked on Manicure Don Quixote. Many fantastic producers. He will basically finance a film that he wants to see.
Gotcha.
And not really care about the commercial aspects of the film. And some of the films have obviously done very well. Some haven't. He produced Tideland for Gilliam, which he told me he's never made any money back on that, sadly. But yeah, he's one of those very rare producers who is pretty hands-off for the most part. He's hands-on when he needs to, but he always, works with top directors and just wants. If it's a film he wants to see, he'll try to get it financed. That's
pretty awesome. That's kind of what a producer's base. That's the basic, responsibilities of a producer is to get movies made.
Yeah, and he's not that concerned about the commercial aspects. I mean, if it makes money, that's obviously great. But he normally is able to sell it because you have. He's been able to sell it, to territories, which has always been the kind of way if you're an independent producer to kind of get the money and, not lose money on it. You have a couple of big names and you can sell it internationally on that.
Cool. Let's see. So the rest of this here is excerpts from Skolimowski's appearance at the 97 Midnight Sun Festival on the set of Shout, a short UK television program from 1977, subtitles, and then there's an essay by scholar Leo Goldsmith. And I think there's one more release, and this is one of the most...
Well, we also didn't mention someone who's in it as well. It was Tim Curry's first film
post
Rocky Horror.
Yeah, he's young. Now Tim Curry looked young in this movie. He did.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He did look young in this movie.
And it was made before that had really, caught on. It was, he was still kind of a nobody at that point. It was, people knew who he was in the UK, especially because he had done, Rocky Horror on stage, and that was a big hit here. Was not famously on Broadway. It was a massive flop. But it was big in LA, the stage version. But yeah, it was his first film post Rocky Horror.
Cool.
And then his next one's Times Square, which was the first one post of the cult development for Rocky Horror. So they will sell it on just him alone, basically.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about Rocky Horror is a unique film, and this film here is also incredibly unique. Welcome to the Terrordome. I had never heard of this movie until it was announced, and I wasn't quite sure what I was getting myself into. And it is a unique film. It is certainly one that I don't think will appeal to the usual Criterion crowd. That's why it was so fascinating to me, because it felt like something in some of the other boutique labels would put out. But this is a fascinating, futuristic.
I think the reason they've picked it is, there was that famous New York Times op-ed a few years back, which, they were rightfully, criticized for the lack of black cinema.
Yeah, lack of diversity.
I think at that point, it was basically Do the Right Thing was the only film by a black filmmaker in the collection, which is ridiculous. And this was 20 years into Criterion.
Yeah, they've made a significant push over the last decade.
Some of the films aren't great. Some of them are great. That's always going to be the case.
Almost all the ones I've seen, like I know they put out the Mario Van Peebles.
No, I mean, that stuff's great.
Yeah,
Deep Cover. The one I Love Jones I didn't like particularly, but
okay.
There's a
I really like, the Watermelon Woman is one that I wanted them to put out for years.
I need to watch that at some point.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
I'm sure I like that one.
The Charles Burnett films they've been putting out.
Yeah, those are great.
Sleep with Anger.
It's always just going to be a mixed bag. As always with any.
Of course, they put out Malcolm X. Talk about Warner Brothers distribution deal there.
Oh yeah.
Bamboozled. Spike Lee. They put out that.
They've had a relationship with Spike for 40
forever.
Years. Yeah, so.
It used to be a Do the Right Thing DVD. I had that from Criterion. And then, of course, I've got their Blu-ray release. And Universal actually put that out on film.
You gotta have it. Where's that? How is it?
I still have a DVD of that. I don't know why they haven't put that out yet. Somebody's gonna put that out.
I think they will. I think it's. I know they have a very long list of stuff that's like.
And I know Kino has put out some of his '90s things that I think those licenses are slowly starting to lapse now. I'm talking like Crooklyn and Mo Better Blues.
Clockers.
Yeah.
I have a couple of those.
Yeah. You mentioned Clockers. I think I have the Imprint release of Clockers because it came in like the Harvey Keitel box set they put out, because Harvey Keitel's in that. Originally it was supposed to be done by Scorsese, and then Scorsese went on to do something else. But Welcome to the Terrordome is so fascinating because it is a dystopian film heaped in political and social themes and exclamation points. It's hard to describe this movie. Let's see. I cannot pronounce this director's name, so we're gonna just roll with it. Ngozi Onwua's radically ahead of its time dystopian sci-fi film Welcome to the Terrordome, the first theatrically distributed British feature by a black woman, furiously evokes a near future in which black people are segregated within a slum called the Terrordome, where simmering violence and anger threaten to boil over in the wake of a young boy's murder. Named after an incendiary single by Public Enemy, the film uses its rap soundtrack to both comment on and drive its narrative, part of a sensibility in which American, British, and African cultures collide, and the past, present, and future collapse in this prescient work. Onwuara builds a visionary Afrofuturist cosmology that connects the history of slavery to modern-day systemic racial brutality. As you can see here, like I said, heaped in political and social themes going on here, specifically centered around race relations, and all kinds of things like that. And it's all in this movie. And this movie is incredibly low budget. You can tell it was really a passion project, and they didn't have a lot of resources to work with.
Done for Channel 4 in the UK, who at that
Okay.
point was still doing was still they still do actually. Film 4 is what they're now known as, but they were doing some quite daring stuff in the 80s and 90s. The film, I think some of it works, some of it doesn't. I think it kind of falls apart near the end, and they obviously didn't have the budget to really dial into the sci-fi elements of it.
Yeah.
Like it has a really good. This opening is back during slave times, and then it jumps into sort of might be the present, might be the future. You never really know.
I think that's an important distinction too. Like it's almost kind of commenting on the ever-presentness of these types of things. Like it doesn't matter if it's the present or the future; it's still going on. Like racism still going on, oppression still going on. This anger, this violence is still existing amongst the cultures. In the movies, like very much. I mean, like a full-on race war starts in this movie.
Yeah. Did it totally work for me? I thought the actors were really wooden, to be honest. I thought the acting was pretty poor, but some very interesting stuff. I would say it's a rental before buying it blind, maybe. But it's an interesting film, and I'm definitely going to have a new audience, and that's all.
Yeah, I'm also interested in how it's going to look because, like you said, it's rather low budgeted. There's a new 2K digital restoration of the movie supervised by the cinematographer. There's a new audio commentary featuring the cinematographer and the director, and the Criterion curatorial director Ashley Clark. Meet the filmmaker. I'm assuming an interview with the director, which it is. And then 3 short stories by the director as well. It is available on the Criterion
I
channel.
suspect, and I've that her shorts are probably better than her features, to be honest.
Could be. I'm actually curious if the shorts are on the Criterion channel. That would be a nice little feature.
I believe they are. Let me just check.
So that is it for Criterion. That's kind of the bulk of what they've got going on. So we have Frankenstein, Silence of the Lambs, Christiane F, the complete Kubrick, the first films of Samuel Fuller, Eclipse series set on Blu-ray, The Shout, and then Welcome to the Terrordome. And that's all coming out in October. Moving on from there, Ian, is there any place that you want to go specifically?
Let me just check. Will we have on here?
We do have options. I have some tabs already open, ready to go. I have Eureka, Second Sight, Indicator.
Let's do Second Sight because those are two that those are two ones that are easier to go through. And there are some. Those are two people will want to know about because they just got announced. So
very true. And I just want to check the comments of here. One of our commenters just watched Messiah of Evil, also a bit Lynchian with Jack Fix at
I need to give that one a go. I did buy I wasn't huge on it. I did buy the Radiance disc. I do need to give it a go because I know it's held in very high esteem.
Yeah, people really like. I remember that one selling pretty darn well for Radiance a couple of years ago.
I've heard the video essay on that's really fantastic as well. I've heard that.
Yeah, I remember getting a very, this may be going out on a ledge. I remember getting a very Wicker Man vibe from that movie. This idea of isolation, you don't really quite know what's going on. I know it's not the Wicker Man because you're not really dealing with cults. It's more like other stuff going on, but it's got that vibe to it. That 70s horror isolation vibe.
Got kind of weird sort of 60s hangover.
Yeah, cult. There's a ton of just cult-related horror movies in the 70s. I don't know what was going on. Maybe it was because of the aftermath of the Manson stuff.
Man.
Yeah, maybe that's probably what it was.
And there was other weird cults as well, not just Manson. There was a lot of stuff going on. The Process Church, and even there was even sort of political cults, like I don't want to say the cult, but like the Patty Hearst stuff, and there was a lot of stuff going on, so it all feeds into, especially in genre movies,
So one more comment here is Adam Schofield says the shot was supposed to be a Nicholas Roeg film. Knowing that makes sense.
Yes, that is true. Jerry Thomas would end up working with Roeg. I believe he is his favorite director. I know he said Performance was the film that kind of really made him want to. But his dad was an editor on the Carry On films, and Performance was, because he is of that generation. Performance was the film that was like really kind of blew his mind, as it still does, because it's one of the greatest films ever made and is a mind-blowing film. But yeah, it was one that he was trying to get Roeg to do, and there's been a couple of those. Back in the 80s, High Rise was one he was trying to get Nicholas Roeg to do, which of course Ben Wheatley would do later on.
Yes.
And that's how I met him, was because I was interviewing Jeremy Thomas for the release of High Rise. But yeah, Roeg's been someone he worked with. He did Insignificance, Bad Timing.
Yeah. Walkabout.
No. I'm talking ones that Jeremy Thomas produced for Roeg.
I was on Nicholas Roeg's time.
I think he may have done Track 29 as well for Roeg. But yeah, he is one of his favorites to work with. So yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of, I guess, British, I don't know if Sexy Beast is considered British cinema. Is it? Is it, Ian?
Yeah. Yes. And speaking of, and that is also Jeremy Thomas production.
Oh, there you go. What connections we're making here. So Sexy Beast has been one of my kind of, I would say, favorite hidden gems. It's gotten more pronounced over the years, but it used to be a hidden gem of a movie, in my opinion, from the 2000s, starting way with Ray Winstone.
Interestingly, in the UK, it's one you would see everywhere. It's a massive hit.
Because here it's kind of the opposite. It would be in like the indie movie section of every store you would go to.
It was quite a big hit in the UK.
So it's directed by Jonathan Glazer, who doesn't do many movies. So
it was his first feature.
Yeah, his first feature.
He was like the king of British music videos at that point.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Since then, he's done,
films.
Yeah.
Earth, Under the Skin, which I think is his best film, probably. Then of course,
when that movie hit, it rattled me. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Which does not have a 4K yet.
No, it still has. I think maybe a Lionsgate Blu-ray here. Because I think Lionsgate, because that was an early A24 film, an early one, I believe. But after that, he took some time, because he's a bit of a perfectionist of a director. He takes years to make his movie.
He is. Some people like to say the Nolan is the 21st century Kubrick, and there's definitely similarities in the sense that he is one of those.
At least Nolan, 3 years. This
Well, Nolan has the sort of, the thing with Kubrick always was like, Kubrick is the epitome of a director who is both a artist and a commercial filmmaker.
Yeah. Nolan has been able to
has the more commercial aspect of that, and Glazer has the more artist aspect of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very, very true. But Zone of Interest is Jonathan Glazer's most recent film, which is an A24 film that got all kinds of critical acclaim a couple of years ago when it came out. I don't know how you felt about that movie. I thought it was an interesting.
I think it's the best film ever made about the Holocaust. So
yeah, it's a fascinating way to approach that subject in a new way.
At the Leeds International Film Festival premiere, everyone was silent at the end.
Yeah, I don't know how else you react to that
movie.
Yeah,
my dad couldn't even finish it.
Yeah, I don't know how else you can react to that movie other than complete silence after seeing it.
No, my dad didn't like it at all. He couldn't even finish the film. And he's like a big World War II buff. I was like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's a powerful.
We fell out for like 6 months over that.
But Sexy Beast is not the Zone of Interest. Sexy Beast is an interesting movie. It's a British gangster film, if you think about it, but it's heaped in all kinds of themes. Ray Winstone plays a character who's no longer in the organized crime element. He's moved away. Isn't he living like on the coast of Spain somewhere or something?
Which is a very British gangster thing to do.
Like to get away, get completely
out of
to
live in Spain and that kind of like chalet, that is like total British gangster who's like left the UK for various reasons. He's in Spain. That is something that happens all the time.
Yeah, and he used to work for Ian McShane's character essentially, and Ben Kingsley plays. Oh man, he plays a character who is a little unhinged to say the least.
Yes, it's. I mean,
he is an
every act,
insane maniac of a man.
I mean, all three of those are fantastic in it. I mean, they're all fantastic in it.
Ben Kingsley is on fire in this movie in every way.
Oh yeah, and it is. And if those three actors in particular, it was kind of a second chapter of their career. I mean, obviously Ian McShane and Ray Winston have been around since the 70s. And well, Ian McShane's been around since the 60s, actually. People forget that. But after this was a film that, was not a massive box office hit, but everyone in the industry saw it.
Mm.
And all of those, all those actors were very well respected at that point anyway. But after Sexy Beast, Ian McShane gets Deadwood. Ray Winston got tons of work.
Yeah.
Ben Kingsley's career completely changed because he was generally like, he played Gandhi, right? And he would play like kind of good people. After that, he would get villain parts all the time, And yeah, I mean, it is one of the great British gangster films. I mean,
it really, really is. And I've recommended this movie to people so many times over the years.
Also, it's really short. It's like 85 minutes.
Yeah, it's super short. It's tight, but it's so like riveting. I mean, and there's all kinds of stuff going on in this movie. One of the commenters here says Don loves Gal, or that there's a whole maybe a homoerotic subtext going on in this movie as well.
It is. There's definitely some of that.
That's in there. I mean, the movie literally opens in a. I mean, the movie's titled Sexy Beast for a reason. And it opens up literally with the cover that you're seeing here. It's Ray Winstone just absolutely baking in the sun in
those extremely tight Speedos.
Extremely tight. And the camera just focuses right on it. So it's like, it's right there, pronounced and out there. This movie's not afraid to kind of show a lot of those things. But the rest of the premise is basically Ben Kingsley's character is told to go down to get Gal, portrayed by Ray Winstone, to come back to the UK to help pull off a heist that they're going to do. Basically, get him back in the game. And Ray Winstone, he's on it. He doesn't want to do it.
You will ever see. I mean, it's totally surreal heist. It's a very peculiar heist.
Yeah, and what's interesting is like that's the MacGuffin of the movie is getting him to go do this heist. The rest of the movie is just Don Logan and Gal just having conversations with each other. Don Logan, you don't know what this man's going to do from one moment to the next. It's unpredictable of what he's going to do. I mean, and he's this super uber alpha male in his mind, but he's so over the top that he's ridiculous in it. It's so brilliant. Oh man, it's so great. I quote the movie probably too much in real life. No one understands what I'm talking about. But I don't want to give away any of the endings or anything like that. All I also want to say is that it's never really gotten
a film you can spoil, to be honest.
True, I guess certain character things that go on later on and whatnot, and the ending is rather
you
surreal.
kind of expect something like that's going to happen to someone,
right?
And then you have the very weird, sort of almost Frank the Bunny dream sequences.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of referring to. It's very, very surreal at times at some points. Because Don Logan's character is such larger than life, he's kind of like a demon, in human form. But this movie's never really gotten its due on home video. I mean, we mentioned it earlier. Here in the US, it's been available on DVD from when it came out in theaters back in the early to mid 2000s. It's gotten a Blu-ray from Twilight Time, long out of print. And as Ian said, it's gotten a Blu-ray in the UK, but it's not a great looking Blu-ray. So this is a much needed and welcomed release. And this release
they've replaced the commentary, which is annoying.
Oh, yeah. I kind of hate when they lose stuff. So we got
I don't like the guy who did the commentary. So there's that. He's
okay. New Second Sight Films 4K restoration from the original camera negative, supervised by Jonathan Glazer. It's Blu-ray and and 4K. I do want to say Second Sight is region B locked typically when it comes to their Blu-rays, but 4Ks are region free. That is the one thing with Second Sight. You have to keep that in
they
mind.
also put all the extras on the 4K, unlike some other places.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Let's see. So UHD and HDR with Dolby Vision, audio commentary by John Bleasdale. That's the Job, a new interview with Ray Winstone. There's a new interview with Ben Kingsley. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Real Criminal, a new interview with actor Ian McShane. That's Cinema, a new interview with producer Jeremy Thomas, your friend Ian. Finding the Rhythm, a new interview with editor Sam Sneed. Beast Mode, Creating Don Logan, a video essay by Lee Singer. Behind the scenes, on location, archive, casting, crew interviews. And then there's the usual extra swag with Second Sight's big deluxe releases, 160-page hardback book. You get a big rigid slipcase. There's 7 art cards. So it's all that usual good stuff. And yeah, Second Sight puts out really nice deluxe releases. So this is coming September 28th, so relatively right around the corner. Then completely switching gears here to I would say, dead serious movie is The Killing Fields, no pun intended. And this is also coming out the 28th as well. Now, this was a movie I've been wanting to see for many years. Warner Brothers had put out a digibook Blu-ray of this a very long time ago, and I had always seen that at the
Canal
store.
did it in the UK. They did a version as well.
Oh, okay. And I had known of the reputation of this movie, The Killing Fields, for many years. I had just never seen it up until now, so I crossed that off the old watch list.
Have you been to Cambodia before The Killing Fields?
I actually saw that before I saw this. And those two movies are definitely connected here.
Well, Swimming to Cambodia is Spallard Gray's monologue about making The Killing Fields. For people
yes, that's got a release from Cinematograph from Vinegar Syndrome. That's a great release. Isn't that a Jonathan Demme movie? I think it is.
Yes, it's his second performance from after Stop Making Sense.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But this movie here is, it's a harrowing film. An American journalist battles with his conscience after fleeing Cambodia amidst the rise of the Khmer Rouge, while his interpreter and friend is unable to escape and left to face the brutal regime. A lot of historical context you kind of need to really take in this movie.
Well, when the film came out, it was not that. It was only a few years after.
Yes. So this movie came out probably a decade after the actual events, something like that.
Well, I mean, the events there was still stuff going on after. No, it was under 10 years. It's like it's kind of ended by 76.
Yeah,
so this is kind of in 84.
Yeah, because the Khmer Rouge took over Cambodia, and they were only, I think, reigning for a couple of years towards the late 70s, I want to say. But either way, Sam Waterston plays a foreign correspondent who's covering this war that's happening in Cambodia in the early 1970s. The Khmer Rouge is a communist group, one would say, and they are kind of at war with the current government of Cambodia at the time. I believe I'm getting this context kind of right. And it's a bloody, massive war that is, the people who get caught up in these types of wars are the innocent people, the men, women, children who are just innocent bystanders. And Sam Waterston's character is covering all of the death and destruction, and his interpreter and friend kind of gets left behind when the place is eventually evacuated after a couple of years, when that war kind of ends and the Khmer Rouge takes over. And Sam Waterston is trying to figure out a way to find his interpreter and friend and get him out of there. And you see what his friend has to go through during that time and the harsh oppression of the Khmer Rouge government.
Well, they do a genocide. What happens?
Yeah, genocide. That's the harshness and the oppression of it all. And there are these massive killing fields where they're just mass graves, if you will, but the bodies are just left out to rot. And bones and skeletons, all of the above. The movie is incredibly, harsh to watch from that perspective, just a humanitarian perspective. I was able to stream watch it on Canopy here in the US, but like I said, it's been available on DVD and Blu-ray for years. But it's the first time this has gotten a 4K release ever, I think.
Yeah,
it certainly does not have one here.
I think it's also the first Roland Joffe film to have a 4K.
I think you're right.
Unless you count Super Mario Bros., which he did kind of direct.
Does one count it? I guess you could. I guess one could. But this release here, let's see, we have a new Goldcrest 4K restoration of the movie from the original camera negative. It's on UHD and Blu-ray with the main feature and bonus features on both discs. Presented in HDR, Dolby Vision, audio commentary with the director, love story, new interview with Roland Joffe, Believing in Magic, a new interview with producer David Putnam, Looking for That Rhythm, a new interview with writer Bruce Robinson, Exchanges of Trust, an interview with actor Julian Sands, archival interview with David Putnam.
That would be an archival interview.
Yes, yeah, because he has unfortunately passed. And this has a 120-page book.
Speaking of Riff Nail and I, I've interviewed with Bruce Robinson, who of course is the director.
Oh yeah,
who also
That's
wrote
very
this.
true.
And he also wrote Shadow. Well, in the US, it's Fat Boy and Little Boy, which is for the Oppenheimer fans.
Yeah, that's a Paul Newman film, which I don't even think is on DVD, which is a crime.
It is on DVD, but it was directed by Roland Joffe.
Yes, it is. Roland Joffe also did the movie The Mission, which is where I know him from as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think The Killing Fields is his best movie.
From what I've seen, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, The Mission is good. I don't think it's as good as its reputation, to be honest. I think it's a little overrated, to be honest. Fat Boy and Little Man is not very good, sadly. So if you want to see like why Oppenheimer is so good, watch Fat Boy and Little Man, because it's not very good. The actor who plays Oppenheimer is awful, and also Roland Joffe and Bruce Robinson. I think they've made up, but Bruce Robinson wrote a much more interesting script for that, which went into all the kind of conspiracy elements, because his girlfriend, who was the communist, may or may not have been killed.
The character, Florence Pugh, didn't he play? Yeah, she played that character in that movie, in Oppenheimer.
And he really focused on her in the initial script, and then Natasha Richardson plays her in Fat Boy and Little Man, but he took a lot of Bruce Robinson's script out, and they had a bit of a falling out over it. Yeah.
So I also wanted to mention that. Yeah, our friend Adam Schofield here says Swimming to Cambodia is a great book and film. For a brief time, you could also get the book and the movie together from Vinegar Syndrome, but that's sold out in like minutes.
I generally wait for the sales with Vinegar Syndrome.
Same here.
Just buy like this one. I absolutely must have like Explorers. I think that's not going to sell anytime soon, even with the box. I will pre-order, but generally I wait for the sale just because. I
usually keep an eye on, because they tell you how much is left in stock if things start going down, and I see them trending down and down and down. I'm like, maybe I should get this before it reaches single digits. I mean, that would be best for my anxiety of it all. But I'm notoriously procrastinate when it comes to these things. Sometimes I do miss out on certain releases, and I gotta scramble and pay way too much later on to find it on like eBay or other places. So I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to several of these things. But that is it for Second Sight. They only had two announcements. They had Sexy Beast and The Killing Fields, two pretty damn good announcements.
I mean, I will definitely be picking both of those up. So
it's definitely, because I haven't gotten a Second Sight release since I got Possession from that came out last year. So I don't think I've gotten one from 2026 yet.
Let me see if I got one recently. Let me see what's the last one I got.
We haven't talked about them much this year. Now that I'm on their website, I might as well actually take a look.
They seem to be having a bit of a quiet year.
Yeah, they had to. They finally came out with Dead Man's Shoes, which they had announced like 4
I
years
hate
ago.
Dead Man Shoes. I hate Dead Man Shoes, but that
Well,
is.
they announced it 4 years ago, and they finally putting it out. The Name
I
of the
think,
Rose.
I think it's kind of ableist, actually. But
Oh, okay, I could see it. I could definitely see that. So, The Name of the Rose with Sean Connery. They
yeah,
announced
that one. I mean, that's a great. I will be buying that certainly.
and then they had the Insomnia
Yeah, I
with
certainly get Insomnia. Yeah, Possession's the last
Stellan
one I got.
Skarsgård.
It's the last one I got as well, actually.
Yeah, I got that, and I got Reanimator.
Yeah, I have both of those. And I got Pusher as well.
Nice. Yeah, that Pusher limited edition 4K is, I think, out of print at this point. But speaking, I guess we're sticking.
You can still find it here and there.
I can still.
UK.
Yeah, eBay, you can still get them. But since we're sticking in the UK, let's go over to Eureka. I figure since they're right next door, Eureka's got, I think, 4 releases, and one I believe is a re-release.
Yeah, yes, one is definitely a re-release.
So we've got the Screaming Skull. We have another DEFA box set. This is the Beneath the Trees Folktales at DEFA Volume 2, Ghouls Gone Wild, which is a 3-film box set, and then we have their 4K release of Martyrs, which they've already come out with before. I think this is just a more standard, affordable edition of that.
Standard one, yeah.
And we've talked about. Every time I mention French extreme films from the 2000s, I always bring up Martyrs right away. It's a thing because it's the easiest one to remember. That and High Tension, I think, are the 2 that I remember the most.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a big fan of that stuff. I mean, I like Gaspar Noé and I like Trouble Every Day, but Martyrs I just thought was kind of edgelordy nonsense. Not saying Gaspar Noé isn't either, but Martyrs I couldn't. No.
I understand. I understand entirely. It's interesting. Recently, there's been not talk, but like the most recent Evil Dead movie, people were comparing it to that era of horror.
Yeah, you could say that,
and I would agree. I would agree.
It's one of the worst films of the year. I hate that film so much. It was everything Evil Dead is not.
It's interesting the way they've kind of pivoted that franchise to be more darkly horror than I think what it's been known for.
Missing the whole point of why we liked Evil Dead in the first place.
And I think I don't know when that shift came. Maybe with the 2013 remake.
Well, interestingly, Evil Dead Rise, it still has all the gags in it. And it is kind of funny. You know, that's the one I could never get through I've tried to watch the remake, sequel, whatever you want to call it, 2013. I've never finished that one at all. I saw Rise in the cinema. I liked that. I thought it was fun. But the new one, I just was like, this is awful. This is just a terrible film. Also, it's like 2 hours long. An Evil Dead film should not be 2 hours long.
It became, I understand what you're saying.
And also the whole point of Evil Dead is he's a himbo.
Well, yeah. We're talking the Ash Williams.
That's what makes it fun.
Well, I think Ash vs. Evil Dead, the TV series, was great.
Oh, yeah, the TV show is fantastic.
I hated that it ended on a cliffhanger, then it got unceremoniously canceled to where it was going to be even more interesting.
That's what happens when it's on Stars.
Yeah, I was just saying, so I have Stars, the channel, and I'm like, this is the one they give you just to include it with the other better premium cable channels here in the US. And sometimes you can get Stars for free because nobody wants it. And it's like, there's a reason why.
Well, you get like $2 a month or whatever.
Yeah, Stars is like maybe $5 a month.
Like, I have a VPN, so I don't.
Yeah.
I use all the.
And I'm like, I'm going through it, and it's like they've got good stuff and whatnot, but yeah, Stars is not exactly a lucrative premium cable channel for original content anymore. And they've done some good things over the years. The Spartacus series, which was on Stars, I remember that. But even Showtime now these days doesn't do a lot of great original stuff anymore.
Well, because Paramount owns it now.
Yeah, Paramount is tried to cut costs by combining Showtime and Paramount, and into like one entity, if you will, and it's probably taken away from what made Showtime so unique before. Showtime was, and they weren't in competition with HBO, but they were there.
I don't even know what shows they even currently have.
Neither do I. But all that it's
Outlander
not,
and Power Book are the two big shows.
yeah, I mean they're still doing stuff with the Dexter franchise in various forms.
No, I was saying Stars.
Oh,
not-
Stars. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing these days. I was thinking Showtime. But speaking of Showtime, The Screaming Skull is an interesting 1958 kind of B horror movie.
It's pretty awful.
Yeah,
not a
it's
good film.
once I realized that there was a Mystery Science Theater episode about it, I was like, oh, this may not be the best.
Well, Mystery Science Theater sometimes picked films that were really good.
Yeah, they basically at some points they picked movies that they could get the rights to for cheap. You know what I mean? In order to create episodes on it.
I know Joe Dante had a big issue with them when they did the movie because they picked like This Island Earth, which is a great film.
Right.
And he was like, why are you picking this great science fiction film? This is like one of my favorite movies. And it's beautiful. Why are you mocking this great film?
I couldn't. Maybe they could get the rights to it, and it was cheap. Like I said,
It was
but
Universal.
this movie is cheap in all fashions. This movie is what, like 68 minutes long, 70 minutes long.
66, I think.
Yeah, it's very, very adapted from a short story by Frances Marion Crawford and marking the directorial debut of Alex Nichol, better known for his acting performances in the likes of The Man from Laramie and The Twilight Zone. Okay, Screaming Skull is a hidden gem from the vaults of American International Pictures. It's an AIP movie, I'll tell you that.
The American International Pictures. This is not one of them.
Yeah, this is not one of the hidden gems. An atmospheric and deeply eerie gothic chiller that I think that plays like a meeting between Daphne du Maurier and William Castle. It's it's not.
It has a very William Castle opening, which is the best part of the movie.
Which is, I'm watching it and I'm like, this is kind of how you adapt Rebecca if you don't have the money or the talent to do it. This is kind of like how you do it.
I did really like the you'll be scared to death by this film, which is a very William Castle thing. You'd be more like bored to death by this film.
Yeah, even at 68, 66 minutes, it's a little bit of a slog to get through until the third act where things actually get interesting. Once things get more like ghosty and surreal, like almost like Scooby-Doo, it gets better. But up until that point, it just meanders.
By the time that happens, the film's like finished.
Yeah, by the time you all get to that point, you've probably checked out as a viewer. So basically, this man is a widower. His wife recently has passed away, and he's now remarried. And it's kind of nuts that he has his wife buried on his property, but whatever, different times. And there is a caretaker there's a caretaker of the property who I guess was obsessed with his deceased wife. There's a lot going on here, and then. And then his current wife has, I think, a history of mental health issues from previous trauma in her life. It's not really explored too much, but that leans into like her psychosis, and she begins to start seeing the skull that keeps popping up everywhere, and she's like, "Oh, I think I'm going crazy again because I keep seeing this skull." Kind of a spoilerish here. Basically, the man is like gaslighting her and manipulating her to drive her crazy because he wants her money. That's the movie. Yep. You don't even know why he wants the money. Like, there's no hint that he's like poor or anything, or he owes like back taxes, or he owes the like organized crime money. I guess he just wants her money. I don't understand it. There's no real motivation here. It's not good.
Not a good film. And I don't really get why they release this. I mean.
I'm guessing maybe it's a cult classic of some kind.
I don't think it is. I mean, and also like there's so many AIP stuff that they should be able to get the rights to. Like, there's never been like a good Blu-ray of Bucket of Blood in the UK, for instance.
Yeah, in the US there was an Olive signature release of a Bucket of Blood.
Yeah,
that's now out of print because Olive's gone.
There's a German one, but like this, all those Coleman films would be like they could easily do like a box set of some of those.
And you would think you could get those for pretty cheap when it comes to licensing and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they could even put those as the Master of Cinema release because he is.
Yeah, which is kind of Eureka's like it's a decent subline from them. They put out some really good stuff through that, classic stuff.
Well, I mean, they were the UK Criterion for many, many years.
Yes, they have. But I have their Masters of Cinema release of Lost Weekend, the Billy Wilder
Yeah,
film. That's
yeah.
how I have it.
I have many, many Master Cinema releases. But yeah, I don't really get why they've. Well, I mean, I guess it was very cheap to license, and I guess some of the 50s B movie stuff has sold probably fairly well for them. So I can't imagine this is going to be a big seller for them.
Well, it's coming with a limited edition slipcase, limited edition collector's booklet.
Oh, they have a magic piece of cardboard that is limited.
Hey, people will pay good money for an out of print
slipcover. Oh, I know.
People,
Everyone's autistic OCD.
I have
it too.
I'm a slipcover aficionado, but I have my limits in terms of buying just the slipcover. I'm like, I'm not paying $100 for a slipcover. Sorry, I can't do it. I cannot do it.
Cardboard. That's what matters.
Yeah, some people throw them out.
Yeah.
There's a 1080p HD presentation. There's a new introduction by Screaming Skull to the Screaming Skull by horror novelist Stephen Laws. Shrouded in Mystery, a new video essay on the Screaming Skull and Gothic horror tradition by film and literature scholar Mary Going. And that's it. So that's that release from Eureka. Yet again, this is something you can probably watch online. I think I did.
I watched it on Amazon. I think it's on
Tubi. Amazon's where I watched it.
I think it's on Tubi. It's probably on some other.
It may even be. I don't know if it's too young to be in the public domain, but it very much on that border at this point.
Oh, it's definitely borderline, if not public domain.
Yeah. So, but what is not though is Beneath the Trees: Folktales at DEFA 2. We recently talked about Beneath the Trees: Folktales. I don't think it was Beneath the Trees, but there was a Folktales Volume 1 box set.
There's a Deaf Crocodile one.
And there's a Deaf Crocodile release too. And there was some crossover between the Eureka one and the Deaf Crocodile one. And I believe there's some crossover with this one as well.
The Deaf Crocodile one's kind of like a best of the Eureka ones, essentially.
Yeah. So we've got...
Eureka decided to do 2 volumes to have more films.
Yeah. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films in this set. The Tinderbox, Snow White in the Rose Red, the Frog King, and the Robe. I think the Frog King.
I just watched the Little Red Riding Hood one before.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's most easily available to watch. Some of these are tough to find.
I was quite disappointed by it, to be honest.
Weird. They are.
I hope some of the ones in the set are a bit better. Also, I was a little sleepy, so
gotcha. And there's also they're so odd because they're done almost like stage plays with the makeup and the costumes, and so surreal.
Yeah, it definitely felt very stagey. Like it's almost like when you're like a little kid, your parents take you to see some fairy tale stage thing.
Yeah, it's like local theater or something in like a community center.
Very much like that.
It's so interesting, and it definitely harkens back to a different form of filmmaking and adaptation of stuff like that, where you have to suspend your disbelief. And they're kind of working with what they were, because a lot of these films are from the 60s and 70s, and
not the 50s.
The 50s, right? Yeah, it goes back even that far. So it's like you got to.
I think they're generally like 50s, early 60s. This stuff.
Yes,
there's a few 70s ones, but because Little Red Riding Hood 62, I think.
Yes. Yeah. So this is very interesting. Specifically, East German cinematic work. I've talked about these with a bunch of the DEFA releases, because Eureka's been putting out a bunch of these types of box sets in different genres, different eras.
Obviously, they've been able to license them for cheap, and they've all been restored recently. So
and I think
they've not really been seen outside of.
Oh,
Germany.
no, like these are like long lost stuff from East Germany. You know what I mean? This is like, I tried to give people the context of
that we're kind of internationally seeing, like Jacob the Liar is probably the most well-known one.
Yeah. So I've been trying to give people kind of a sense of context here on Chasing Labels of the difference between, East and West Germany, how they each had their own film industries, and how politically how different they were.
Oh
Because
yeah, 'cause, I mean, East Germany was Soviet funded,
yeah,
so
that's the USSR side. The West part is Europe and Western powers and all this kind of stuff. And they're very much different worlds, exploring different things in their movies. Obviously under the USSR, there's going to be a lot of restrictions and all that kind of stuff. These are very much interesting historical pieces. That's the way I view them from that lens. I didn't get to see all of these because, like I said, these are tough to find. They're not really streaming anywhere. They're certainly not.
And the first volume only came out today. So
yeah, so these are relatively newish releases, but they are quite.
How is the sci-fi one? I'm quite curious about.
That's one I actually really still want to get. The only one I have is this one. I bring this out every single time. I have Rack and Ruin, the Rubble film at DEFA.
Oh yeah.
I've got this one.
Those are probably pretty good, actually. Those probably more like a.
Yeah, this says the murders are among us. Somewhere in Berlin, police raid, marriage in the shadows, and then the Blum affair. I think these were the ones that were done right after World War II, like in the aftermath of World War II, because I think they originally were set up as movies to kind of wash away Nazism, kind of wash away,
one of the
engineer the people's minds.
Those movies is I don't know if he directed one of them, but have you seen the Nazi Munchausen from 44 or whatever?
I've not. No.
Kino put it out on Blu-ray. It's really interesting. It was kind of like it was like the Nazi response to Wizard of Oz.
Oh, fascinating.
They wanted to do like a big fantasy, movie, and it's a really interesting film because there's none of the politics of Nazi cinema in it, and it's kind of like weirdly quite multicultural because it's Munchausen and stuff. And the director of that, when the film was shown to Goebbels, he was blacklisted. We're like, do not give this man another assignment. He wasn't going to be arrested or killed or whatever, but he was like, he's not going to make another film for us. This came out in, I think, 44. So the war was kind of starting to be over.
On its way, winding down specifically.
They were on the way out anyway. And then as soon as the war ended, he started making anti-Nazi movies. Some of those rebel films, he directed a couple of those.
Yeah.
I'm curious if
because people, I don't know if people know this, but a lot of art movies, artwork specifically, was suppressed during, the reign of the Nazis during Germany. I know specifically the movie The Grand Illusion was a movie that was probably thought lost for many years because of its anti-war themes in it. It's one of the best anti-war movies ever.
That was withdrawn as soon as the Nazis came into power. I mean, there's plenty of stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm so against this oppression of art and expression because those things are incredibly important to society and individual freedoms, and sometimes those things can be lost to time, as we've learned throughout the history of film. That a lot of movies just get lost because people don't take care of them, let alone government, locking things up in a way.
Yeah, and sadly, some of that's coming back.
Yeah. But this release here is unearthed a lot of these kind of Grimm's fairy tale, Hans Christian Andersen stories, adaptations. And these releases are pretty stacked. We have new audio commentaries on, there's new audio commentary on The Tinderbox. There's new audio commentary on The Robe. There's, Two Kingdoms, new interview with German cinema expert Rachel Palfreeman on the history of folktales in German culture and their adaptations in the West and East Germany. That's fascinating. Mirror, Mirror, a new video essay on the DEFA's adaptations of Snow White and Snow White and the Rose Red. There's The Emperor's New Clothes, a short stop motion animation adapted from the Hans Christian Andersen tale by the DEFA
and there's
studio.
Also a feature version of that as well.
Yes. Let's see, Hans Christian Andersen tale by the DEFA studio for animation film The Fisherman and His Wife. from 1975. Short stop motion animation adapted from the Brothers Grimm tale by the DEFA studio for animation film. Beauty and the Beast. That story's been done so many times. Short stop motion animation adaptation of that.
I mean, to be honest, the stop motion stuff's probably better than some of the features.
Yeah, the stop motion stuff I'm actually more interested in watching. Because once I've seen like 1 or 2 or 3 of these, I kind of get the gist of the way in which aesthetically
I'm
they are.
sure
Stop
there's like
motion.
1 or 2 really great ones in these sets. I'm sure that's probably the case. And then some of them are a bit hokey, to say the least.
Yeah, like I said, they're more of historical fascinations to me personally. But something that's switching up drastically. We're going to Hong Kong in the 80s. Ghouls Gone Wild. 3 films. Scared Stiff, A Haunted Cop Shop, and Magic of the Spell. Now, the title Scared Stiff, if you go on to IMDb or you go on to Letterboxd, many movies have been titled Scared Stiff, and several of them apparently came out in 1987, the same year that this came out. So tracking this movie down to watch was a pain to do, because it's like you keep finding the like American horror version of it, or just horror movie that's the exact same title, came out the exact same year, and it's like, that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for the one with Chow Yun-fat in it. That's the one I was looking for. But let's see.
Is that his only like horror movie he's done?
He did so many. He was the man of Hong Kong cinema in the 80s. I brought this up a couple of weeks ago because they've been doing the Golden Princess Library, Shout,
I've
Arrow,
been all of those
Imprint.
Sets,
I've got to get, it reminds me, I still have to get Bullet in the Head. That's the one I still need to get. But he was like the man of Hong Kong cinema in the 80s.
It's so wild to see those in 4K after like such shoddy DVD.
Oh yeah, these have been like these 4Ks.
And also the other thing with those is always so weird is because they're all post dub as well.
Yeah,
post sync.
Yeah, it's fascinating how like they're like, because they've been put. It's not like they haven't been put on home media. They have, just in not very good editions. Some you have to get bootlegs of to get these movies out here.
Oh yeah, I mean all of those films. You go to like Chinatown and get like a 3rd generation VHS bootleg from some dodgy video shop. Chinatown.
Yeah, I always remember like listening to kind of like people that that were growing up as cinephiles like back during the VHS era and trying to get some of these movies. I'm talking about like Edgar Wright and stuff like that. How they had to get like bootlegs of certain foreign films
and whatnot.
It's interesting how we have an embarrassment of riches today. And people still complain.
It's just crazy the stuff that's coming out.
Yeah, it's so much of this. But these three movies are all.
I'm just like always amazed. I've seen the film before, but I'm like, how on earth is there like a 4K of Goodbye Uncle Tom?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, amazing film in many ways, but
isn't that a that's a release from Severin, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a Severin release if I ever did see one. I know Steven has it, and he's watched it. And I was like, I don't know if it is what it was.
Quite a film. It is quite a film.
I don't know if you saw we talked about Criterion earlier. The Criterion Closet video today with Matt Damon. He did one of those mystery picks at the end, and he ended up coming up with Matrice.
Yeah.
From the 70s. And once I saw that, I'm like, wait a minute. Is that the movie I think it is? It is indeed. For those of you listening, Matrice is like this 70s like bondage movie. it's this
with
very sexual,
directed by Barbara Schroeder.
Yeah, by Barbara Schroeder. It's very sexual. It's a movie featuring a dominatrix in it, where this guy kind of gets involved with an obsessive relationship with the dominatrix, and yet it goes there. And he just randomly picked that out. And then people in the comments on YouTube are like, well, I guess he could have also hypothetically picked out Salo as well. I mean, because it is in there.
And
I'm like, I guess that's true.
To be fair. I mean,
you could pick out you could theoretically also pick out, Antichrist as well.
Oh yeah, Crash. There's plenty of
Crash, which is great. I love when people go in there and pick out Crash and talk about that movie with the Cronenberg film.
I liked what Hannah Enbinger said. She's like, people should watch this. It will free their minds a bit.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of recent Criterion classes that were really good, hers was excellent.
Oh
Hers
yeah,
was really, really good.
yeah, that
Uh,
was a good one.
but back on track here. We've got this this triple feature, the following the breakout success of pioneering genre films, Encounter of the Spooky Kind, The Dead and the Deadly, and Mr. Vampire horror movies became a mainstay of film production in Hong Kong and Taiwan throughout the 1980s. Collected here are three of the standout titles from that horror boom, starring the likes of Chow Yun-fat, Wu Ma, and Ricky Hu. Scared Stiff, The Haunted Cop Shop, and Magic of the Spell. Yeah, like I said, these were tough to find. Scared Stiff was really tough to find to watch, and I got to watch. I got to watch that, and it's got that weird, like Hong Kong Chinese horror comedy vibe to it that is kind of unsettling a little bit. It's interesting that I think one of these was co-written by Wong Kar-wai. Yeah. So Lokar Wing directs Scared Stiff, in which a young everyman develops ability to enter the people's dreams following an accident, and then finds himself using his gift to bring a sadistic murderer to justice. Co-written by Wong Kar-wai, in equal measure to Mr.
That's
Vampire and Fright
wild.
Night.
That's wild. That's absolutely wild.
That is absolutely wild to me. The Haunted Cop Shop sees cops and crooks alike forced to confront vengeful beings from beyond the grave. I'm guessing zombies. In a police station built on a site of violence. Finally, in a supernatural wuxia fantasy on par with the Miracle Fighters and Shaolin Drunkard, Magic of Spell follows a kung fu master who must defeat the infernal demon responsible for his mother's death. So a vengeance movie. What we have here for special features. So each movie is got 2K restoration, two presentations of Scared Stiff, the original Hong Kong release, and the uncut extended version. Original Cantonese audio tracks, English subtitles, of course. Yeah, I'll just keep on going. New audio commentary on Scared Stiff by East Asian cinema expert Frank Zhang. New audio commentaries on The Haunted Cop Shop and Magic of Spell by genre cinema expert on Venema and filmmaker Dom Ting. Restless Spirits, new interview on the history of horror cinema in Hong Kong and Taiwan with film writer, curator, and East Asia film expert Fraser Elliott. So you've got a triple feature of these kind of, Hong Kong horror films of that time. It's very interesting. Very interesting how we're going from Scared Stiff from 1958 to Hong Kong horror of the 1980s. But moving on from there, we've got Martyrs. I know we talked about this before. If it's the French extreme horror film of notorious fame from the 2000s, there was a US, like an English language remake that was done several years ago. It's not very good. If you want to watch this movie, caution. I'll caution all of you. It is not for the faint of heart. It's a movie that starts out in with one plot line, and then at some point shifts to another one. And it's a very violent film. Lot of torture going on in it. It is not for the weak. Like I said, there are some deeper philosophical, theological things going on in it, but it's not. Yet again, it's not for everyone. I'm talking about Martyrs just a little bit, just to give people kind of a context of what it is as a movie. It's not, like I said, not for everyone. It's a very harsh film to watch. Some people may glean some philosophy out of it, some theology out of it. But yeah, it's one of those movies that I feel like I watched once and I may never watch it again. I actually have the Umbrella release of it on Blu-ray, and I think I'm good. I don't know if this is a movie I would watch in 4K. It's not something I'd watch in 4K.
Not a film that it's not a film people should watch anyway. But never mind.
Yeah,
Don't encourage them.
Yeah, it's notorious, I would say. So that is kind of
has the director made anything sense, or has he just stopped making films?
I don't know. I don't even know if that director made anything significant after that. That's interesting. I'd have to look him up. But that's kind of it for Eureka. I guess we will stay in the UK because it's a very UK-centered episode. We'll go over to Imprint. Imprint only has 2 releases.
He did Incident in a Ghostland.
Oh, see, I didn't see that.
It's also kind of edgelordy nonsense.
Gotcha. You know what is not that is the movie Lucky Luciano and the movie The Sinful Nuns of Saint Valentine. Now, The Sinful Nuns of Saint Valentine is part of the nunsploitation subgenre, if you will, uh, and that's an interesting subgenre in and of itself. Uh, but I don't know if you got to see Lucky Luciano. It's essentially about.
I decided not to because I want to see it in 4K.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Francesco Rossi is a fantastic director, one of the great unsung Italian filmmakers. One of actually, I'll show you something. I'm really annoyed.
While I look up I always get. Let's see. I don't know. See, I don't know if I've seen other Francesco Rossi films. I don't know if I've seen this one, and this movie is actually about the famous New York gangster from the 1930s and 1940s. He's definitely a contemporary of someone like Al Capone, and this movie deals with him being kind of exiled to Italy.
Where's my Blu-ray of Mattei Affair? I have the poster, but I don't have the film.
And the most important part of all of that is the movie. Let's see. Yeah, so Lucky Luciano, he goes over to Italy, and he starts kind of running organized crime there as the same thing he was doing here in the United States. Initially, he was locked up here in the United States for all kinds of stuff, and then he basically cut a deal to where he helped out the government during World War II when it came to certain dealings in Italy and stuff like that, and they let him out of prison and exiled him essentially to Italy, where he started doing illegal stuff again, because that's kind of what his bag was.
Never.
And this movie kind of
never imagined he might do that.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's like, we're gonna let you go, but don't do it again.
Italy, we don't. In Italy, we don't care.
I get. You know what? That was actually a big thing in the movie, where like the Italian government was pissed off at the United States for like letting him come over here, and also I guess after World War II, just like kicking out a lot of the criminals from the United States and sending them back. And then they start doing like illegal crimes in the place that they came from or the place they got sent to. And it was a whole thing of like who was responsible for what's going on here. Needless to say, I don't think he ever really he evaded the law in Italy for many, many years. I think right before he was about to get caught, he ended up passing away because of a heart attack in the 60s, I think. But yeah, Lucky Luciano, like I said that he was a contemporary of Al Capone and stuff like that. And this movie kind of, shows a lot of those wheelings and dealings of that time and the way the government's trying to track him down, all kinds of stuff. Rod Steiger's in the movie, and he plays like an informant for the government or something.
Well, Francesco Rossi directed Hands Over the City, which also had Rod Steiger, so they had.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he also directed Christ Stopped at Eboli as well, according to.
Well, the Mattei Affair is like the one.
Gotcha. They also mentioned that here in the write-up they have for the movie.
Which I know there's been a remaster. Paramount owns it. I suspect Criterion's going to do it at some point, but it's been far too long, and it's kind of like the Italian Citizen Kane.
Oh.
Like it's very influenced by Citizen Kane. Like the whole structure is very much inspired by Citizen Kane. Francesco Rossi is like a journalist who he plays himself to find out what happened to Mattei, who like disappeared. And it's an amazing movie. It was an oil guy. It's one of the best films I've ever seen. And it's not on Blu-ray anywhere.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued by that.
It's on Criterion channel from time to time.
Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye out for it. Also, I know Radiance loves to put out Italian cinema, so that they could possibly put out some of his work.
Yeah, well, they did do one of his films as well. So
yeah, because I've seen. Let's see, no, I haven't seen. Did they do The Moment of Truth? I've got to go.
That's Criterion.
Yeah, that's Criterion.
And he did
This is gonna bother me.
They did his mini series as well, Criterion. And
See,
Salvador Gulano was just fantastic. But yeah, he's a really kind of slightly unsung filmmaker, very political, but kind of in the Costa Gavras style,
okay,
that type of stuff.
That's somebody who I think his work needs to be more well known, in my opinion. Costa Gavras, I think, is excellent. His movie
very
Z,
Italian sort of take on it. But yeah, he's someone people should investigate. Francesco Rossi, really, really good filmmaker. Which is why I've decided to wait till the 4K comes out.
Gotcha. Did he? I don't know. I keep looking up. Oh yeah, they did the Illustrious Corpses. Is that?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's a recent release from Radiance.
Yeah. So hopefully, I think Kino's done a couple of his as well.
Okay, so but this, let's see, back to this release. 4K HDR restoration from the original camera negative, in Dolby Vision. Let's see, 3 presentations of the film: the international theatrical version, the Italian theatrical version, and the US theatrical version. Wow, that's 3 cuts. Original mono audio, Francesco Rossi on Lucky Luciano from 1973. Critical appreciation by Gaetano Moroni Puiglia, author of Cinema Francesco Rossi. That sounds like an interesting book to read. Then theatrical trailer, image gallery, English subtitles. I believe there's a booklet in here as well. Yep, booklet in there as well.
Surprised that Alex Cox, because I know he's a big Rossi fanatic. So,
and he's been doing a lot of special features lately.
It's his job. He's not like
isn't he? He's having trouble getting funding, I think, for the movie he's been working on.
No, he's finished his new one.
Oh, he did. Okay.
What is going to be his last? Well, he said his last film.
I thought he did. I thought he did like a Kickstarter or something. I don't know. I'm getting.
Oh, he does Kickstarter, but he makes films on such low budgets. It's like 200,000 or something.
That's a micro budget compared to things that are going on now. But switching up from Italian cinema to Spanish cinema, this is a nunsploitation film in 4K, The Sinful Nuns of Saint Valentine. Let's see, Italian genre stalwart Sergio Greco directs Francoise Provost and Paolo Malco, Jenny Tamburi in the classic nunsploitation The Sinful Sons of Saint Valentine. In 16th century Spain, Lucita is forced into a convent by her family to prevent her from her lover Esteban. Infiltrating the convent, Esteban uncovers the depraved regime of the abbess, placing his beloved Lucita in the hands of the Inquisitor. Freely adapted from the writings of Victor Hugo, The Sinful Nuns of St. Valentine blends eroticism and horror with a scathing critique of religious hypocrisy. Yeah, there's a lot of sex and nudity in this movie just for the sake of it, because we got to get the exploitation in there, right?
That fun.
Yeah, and of course it's dealing with an interesting, the Inquisition of it all, this oppression of people through religion or through the church, which has been going on for centuries. And this movie kind of looks at it through the prism of this, this nunsploitation film where there's these 2 families. It's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet story, oddly enough. And one family has a daughter, one family has a son, and they don't want these kids getting together. So they put the daughter in a convent, and he finds out where this convent is, the son does, and he wants to get her out of there. But of course, there's all the extra politics going on, random sex scenes and stuff going on in the movie as well. It's got exploitation written all over it. But yeah, it's a brand new 4K HDR restoration by Powerhouse Films themselves, presented in Dolby Vision, original Italian mono audio commentary with Rod Barnett and Adrian Smith. The Genetics of Celluloid. David Greco, the nephew of the Sinful Nuns of St. Valentine director Sergio Greco, speaks about his uncle's time in the Italian film industry, as well as his own work as a director. Once Upon a Time in Italy. 49 minutes, far-reaching documentary exploring the nunsploitation subgenre, with contributors by all kinds of people here. New and improved English translation subtitles, limited edition booklet, as well. Worldwide premiere on 4K. So that is it from Indicator. Two massively different movies.
Well, there's also a mystery one they announced as well.
Oh yeah, and I don't think they've announced it yet. No,
Yeah.
it's not here. Yeah, there's a third one that's going to be a mystery.
Mateo Favor, please.
Yeah, maybe something like that. But
that would be about time.
Yeah, moving on from there, we have Imprint, and I feel like a broken record here because I kind of in the last episode I kind of got tired of Imprint, and I just briefly went over them because they put out so much stuff. Ian, it is
it's
absurd.
crazy. No, it's crazy.
Like every time, like they're featured here on Chasing Labels in damn near every episode. And in this one, there's 2 box sets of Deathstalker as well as Red Sonja. And then they have their Imprint Asia releases of another 2 box sets as well. And I know both Ian and I we're going to go over these kind of briefly. So we've watched.
And the Woody Allen set.
Oh, and the Woody Allen set too. You're right. Well, see, I also have a big beef with them when it comes to the way they structure their website. It is an utter mess. You're right. We do have the Woody Allen set, which is down here somewhere. So there's Red Sonja. Yeah, where is that set? I may have to actually look it up.
If you search it, you can find it.
Yeah, let me put it in there here because I guess we'll start with that one. That's the easiest one to start with.
Ones I've seen.
So yeah,
I mean, I find it kind of interesting that they are the only game in town still that will do a box set dedicated to like a canceled filmmaker.
Yeah.
Because like Arrows kind of stopped getting some of those, like they were going to do all those Richard Stanley films and and
then his
and
career
that stuff
kind of ended.
And then they were going to do the Shane Carruth stuff, and they released a very limited, a sort of a much more
Shane
aired down version of what they were going to release after.
And Shane Carruth, he had done Primer, right?
An Upstream Color, yeah.
And
was a filmmaker who wouldn't take notes from David Fincher and Steven Soderbergh.
He was a stubborn guy, and also not a good guy, apparently.
Yeah. And if you're not going to take notes from 2 filmmakers who are probably about as open to your ideas as anybody, you might need to rethink your life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking from my perspective, but if I have the opportunity to just even be in conversations with those types of people about anything, let alone my work, I would consider myself lucky. You know what I mean? Just to be able to talk to them.
They were probably about as supportive to your crazy ideas as any filmmakers would be.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it boggles the mind of how much
it truly does. So I brought up Woody Allen a few times here on Chasing Labels in the past, Ian, because he's been a filmmaker who's been around since the 60s, and he was kind of doing a movie every single year up until recently, where basically no one will give him.
He had one 2 years ago. He had one 2 years ago.
Yeah, he's been kind of relegated to doing work in Europe. Like, I don't think he gets like a distribution here in the US anymore.
No, he still gets distribution in the US. He doesn't get distribution in the UK, actually.
Oh, okay.
His last 2 films were not distributed in the UK.
Well, and he's he's become a very controversial figure in the movie world and just in society in general over the years, for various reasons, which I'm sure many of you at home already know. But there was a time where Woody Allen was considered one of the elite, premier, well-known filmmakers of our time, where seeing the new Woody Allen movie was like appointment viewing, every now and then.
And was one of the filmmakers that kept art house cinemas alive,
Very much so. Very much so. It's nowhere near like that anymore. Even up until like the 2000s and 2010s, people were still interested very much in his work. I think of the last movie of his that I really was a big fan of, and I'll say that is Blue Jasmine with Cate Blanchett. I don't know how you felt about that movie.
I wasn't huge in Blue Jasmine. I will actually go out on a limb and actually, although I think the film has issues, major issues,
Mhm.
I actually quite liked a lot of A Rainy Day in New York,
Oh.
especially Elle Fannon's performance, who I think is fantastic in that film. There's plenty of issues with that film. It's not one of his best movies, but I think Elle Fannon is fantastic in that film.
She's really a great actress. If you've seen,
No, I mean, she's always great, but
Yeah.
she has a very sort of young Diane Keaton thing in that film.
Is that the movie with Timothy Chalamet?
That is the one.
Yeah, and he had to, and now that he's been getting so big, he had to like kind of distance himself from that movie, I believe.
Well, the legend has it, he distanced himself because it was the same year as Call Me by Your Name, and he was nominated, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it was around that time.
What Woody Allen has said that Woody Allen he spoke to Woody Allen's sister, and that's why he distanced himself, and that he didn't really actually have an issue being in the film, but for his career he distanced himself, which I guess I can understand.
Yeah, I can understand from a PR.
Interestingly, Elle Fannon has not distanced herself and has never said anything against Woody Allen. Interestingly enough, so
true. But I also think of his movie Midnight in Paris.
Yeah, Midnight in Paris is great.
That movie is, if you're a literature fan, that movie is kind of like a love letter to like classic literature, because he goes back to the 1920s, and he's meeting all these literary giants like F. Scott Fitzgerald and Ernest Hemingway, and he's getting to talk to all of basically his literary heroes, the Owen Wilson character. And he meets Marion Cotillard. This was on the time when Marion Cotillard her star was on the rise. This was after she was in La Vie en Rose.
And he meets the surrealists. There's a great joke about Buñuel, and he gets the idea for Exterminating Angel from one of the characters.
Yep. What's his name? Adrian Brody plays Dali. He's got just this nonsensical scene of him like explaining art and stuff. It's crazy. Great supporting cast in that movie. I remember that. But, due to certain reasons, Woody Allen is pretty much persona non grata now these days, and for very many people, and understandably so. But in this box set, back in the 90s, 92 to 94, this was some of his most well-known.
One of these films is where those problems start.
Yes. Yeah. So we've got Husbands and Wives, Manhattan Murder Mystery, and Bullets Over Broadway. I believe that's it, right? Or am I missing one? Nope, just three.
That's three. Best film of those is definitely Husbands and Wives, I would say. I think that is an excellent film, considered by many to be one of his greatest films. Actually quite an experimental film from at that time. He kind of did a lot of handheld stuff in that. There's a sort of almost sort of verite sort of feel to it, which was not kind of his style.
Not his style at all. That's the one thing I've explained here on Chasing Labels when it comes to Woody Allen's films. If you're a first-time person like trying to learn like basic filmmaking styles, Woody Allen's kind of an interesting place to go to, because his movies were rather basic when it came to just, form and shot compositions and stuff like that. The walk and talk, his films weren't very flashy in terms of camera work and stuff.
He always said he learned how to make films because he had Gordon Willis shoot all the early ones.
The Prince of Darkness, as he's referred to, Gordon Willis.
And that's why those films look as good as they do. It's not because of Woody Allen, it's because of Gordon Willis.
So you have the combination of what was very great screenplay writing with Woody Allen and great cinematography with Gordon Willis, and that was a recipe to make some pretty damn good movies at that time. But you are right about Husbands and Wives being a rather experimental film from his perspective. Look at the cast here: Mia Farrow, Sidney Pollack, Liam Neeson, Judy Davis. He worked with some prominent actors throughout his career.
And really Judy Davis was nominated for an Oscar, and she's fantastic in that. And that was the one where everything started happening in his personal life.
And his personal life kind of crumbled.
It's it shows in the film, which is why the film's a really interesting
What
film.
is so fascinating too about Woody Allen, for those of you who know the context of his personal life, his movies all dealt with those themes of like infidelity and like
much younger women,
relationships breaking up because of infidelity and all kinds of stuff. Like, yeah, like in Manhattan, like he's a 40-year-old character dating like a 17-year-old. Like, it's crazy that you could get away with that in the 70s. It's
and that's not the only one in his filmography. Which
it's not, and then he would do those similar things when he would have his surrogate characters in his movies. You know what I mean? Like,
well, we're gonna get to, I think, the first one where he does have the surrogate, which is Bullets Over Broadway. I think that's the first
with John
one.
Cusack, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's very obviously doing a Woody Allen impression in that.
Oh, and I think they all do. If you watch the ones he did with Jesse Eisenberg, it's him doing Woody Allen. I mean, it's so obvious these are just standing characters. But yeah,
Kenneth Branagh does a very odd Woody Allen in Celebrity. It doesn't quite work, but
yeah,
I don't mind that one actually, that film. But Kenneth Branagh doing Woody Allen is kind of an odd choice.
Indeed. So I don't think any of these really have much in the way of special features. I don't think they have any special features now that I'm looking at, except for Bullets Over Broadway. Nope, nothing. So these don't have, unfortunately, any special features.
Well, for those who might not know, Woody Allen has a long-standing anti-special features policy.
That makes a lot of sense because most of his releases have nothing on them. So yeah,
even though he's been canceled, he still has power.
Yeah,
special features.
I think he's still like I'm pretty sure he owns the rights to the movies. I guess I don't know how that works.
I don't think he owns them, but I think he has. I think in his contract he has say on special.
That must be it. There was I don't know if you've ever seen it, Ian. There was a Woody Allen documentary that came out in 2011.
Yes, I have seen it. It's a very good documentary.
It is actually a very good documentary. Well, you get a lot of
that is on the imprint of Play Again, Sam.
Yes, nice. Yeah, that's another
which does have a lot of special features.
Yeah,
but and the reason
did he? I don't think he directed that, right?
He did not direct it. As Hubert Ross directed it.
That's why.
Same with like the front has special features because he didn't direct that. He's in it, but he didn't direct it.
Yeah. Yeah. So when I was a young collector collecting DVDs in the 2000s, you could find Woody Allen DVDs dirt cheap at used movie stores. Like you found them for like $2 to $5, and it was all of the stuff. It was so cheap. And they all look really bad by a modern perspective because, they were on like cheap DVDs, not really restored in any way and all that kind of stuff. They were all put out by MGM, who at the time wasn't really doing a lot of great restoration work anyway. His movies over the years have been distributed to certain boutique labels. I know Twilight Time put out a lot of his stuff on Blu-ray. I know his mainstream stuff like Manhattan and what's the one that won Best Picture? Annie Hall got Blu-ray releases from like mainstream.
Well, in the UK, Arrow did those free box sets that are now long out of print.
Yeah, so his movies have.
I have the first one with that goes up to Annie Hall.
Yeah,
I've got up to interiors.
Yeah, so
they have like individual ones.
So not famous. I guess I could talk about this here. Is that they shot a Woody Allen film right next to where I live, actually, literally in my city. Actually right down the street from me. And it was the one he did with Joaquin Phoenix and Emma Stone.
Irrational Man.
Yes, Irrational Man. There are shots in that movie.
This is the last Woody Allen film I have bought on Blu-ray. I bought it for really cheap recently just because I had a DVD and it was like full.
Yeah,
on eBay.
There are shots in that movie that are of locations that I go by all of the time. so I remember when they were shooting like down the street from my house and people would go there just to watch it happen and stuff like that. He would be they would be covering him on the local news and on newspapers and stuff because he and Emma Stone and Joaquin Phoenix would be hanging out like in like Newport and stuff and going to restaurants and all this kind of stuff. It was a big deal. Not a lot of film productions come to Rhode Island. I mean, most recently, I've said it before, M. Night Shyamalan did his most recent film here in Rhode Island. That it's not out yet. It's the one that he's adapting a Nicholas Sparks book with Jake Gyllenhaal. That's supposed to be coming
yeah.
out, I think, next year.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean.
And then J.J. Abrams just shot his new film here that I think is also coming out next year. It actually just took the movie he shot here just took the release spot for the Matt Reeves Batman 2. And then they had to move Batman 2 to 2028, which pissed off a bunch of people. Well, they moved the J.J. Abrams into that spot. I thought it was interesting connection there. But anyway, that's just me going off. But yeah, so this box set here has Manhattan Murder Mystery is like his murder mystery movie. And then Bullets Over Broadway is an interesting, it's kind of a gangster movie, but it's a lighter gangster movie from a Woody Allen perspective, set in the 1920s. It's been years since I've seen it. I have a DVD of it.
It's one that's held up in fairly high esteem. I think it's a little overrated, personally. Diane West won her Oscar for it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she worked with him also on Hannah and Her Sisters, which I think is where she...
Yeah, she's great.
Did she win an Oscar for that?
No, she won it for Bullets Over Broadway.
Oh, okay, you're right. What am I thinking of Hannah and Her Sisters then? Because I know Michael Caine is in that.
Michael Caine, he won his Oscar for Hannah and Her Sisters.
Yeah.
I think.
That's another movie dealing with infidelity. Whereas I think Michael Caine is like going after like his wife's sister in that film. It's been years since I've seen these movies.
I mean, they all do.
There's this one moment where he's like where Michael Caine's like stalking her, and he's like waiting for her on the street. And there's one moment where she's like going in and out of someplace, and he's just like running down the street trying to like catch up to her and stuff. And I'm like, this guy's stalking the heck out of this woman. It's very uncomfortable.
His autobiography was interesting. You could say.
Michael Caine?
No, Woody Allen.
Oh, Woody Allen. I don't think I have not read it. There's so many biographies I left to read.
I don't really do audiobooks, but I didn't really want to read that book, but I did listen to it, and he talked a lot about his sexual escapades, which was like, okay, maybe read the room a bit.
It's very that's very interesting because he notoriously cast very beautiful women opposite him in his movies. That was a kind of a trend that it's not only something that he does, but a lot of other lead actors do that in general. But like notoriously lopsided in terms of like, that's a beautiful person. Woody Allen, perhaps not so much, depending on your perspective. But it's just odd that was kind of also another thing throughout his career when he would cast women who were way out of his league in all of his movies.
So the word his league. I mean, he was going out with Diane Keaton and Mia Farrow.
Yeah. Yes, he was.
And we should probably say a little bit about Manhattan Murder Mystery. It's an interesting. I don't think it's one of his better movies, but it's one of the interesting things is it's kind of the leftovers of the initial draft of Annie Hall.
It was the first time he and Diane Keaton had, I think, been in a movie since then, at least according to this. Or
no, Diane Keaton's in Hannah and Her Sisters, isn't she?
I think you're right. I should probably look that up. But let me see.
Maybe not.
I used to have. I actually have an original poster of Broadway Danny Rose, which I know is a movie no one really talks about when it comes to his film.
Broadway Danny Rose is one of his best movies.
Yeah, and I think no one ever talks about it. So it's Diane Wiest, Mia Farrow.
She has a cameo in Radio Days.
Oh, okay. That's another movie no one really talks about.
That's one of his best as well.
Barbara Hershey is in Hannah and Her Sisters. Max von Sydow. That's right. Max von Sydow has this most amazing quote in that movie that I like to bring out every single Christmas just to piss off the Christians. Where he's watching like a news broadcast and he says something of the line, I'm paraphrasing it, that if Jesus came back today and see what was being done in his name, he would never stop throwing up. And I think it's one of the greatest quotes in movie history. Absolutely fascinating to me.
But Manhattan Mystery is the last one he does of Diane Keaton.
Gotcha. Let me go back over to that. So Manhattan Murder Mystery, like I said, let's see. When her elderly neighbor suddenly drops dead, mild-mannered New Yorker Carol Lipton becomes convinced that something is not right, and nothing her skeptical husband Larry says will persuade her to let it go. What begins as an idle obsession soon snowballs into a full-blown amateur investigation, drawing in friends, suspects, and more complications than either of them bargained for. Basically, they decide to do their own investigation into the death of their neighbor and fall down like a rabbit hole of clues and red herrings and all this kind of stuff. It's kind of fun. Isn't this the movie where he sneezes and the cocaine goes everywhere? Is that this movie?
That's Annie Hall.
Oh, you're right. It's been so long since I've seen these Woody Allen.
One of the funny things about Manhattan Murder Mystery is even though him and Mia Farrow, it was over, he still offered Mia Farrow the lead in the movie.
That's an ego. That's certainly an ego.
But it's okay. Definitely the highlight of the set is Husbands and Wives, but
yeah,
I would just get this. I think it's a Spanish release from Sony, which is probably the same transfer. So I would just buy that, to be honest.
It's very interesting how Bullets Over Broadway is the one that they gave the 4K release to, because like you said, perhaps that's the one that's most well known out of these three. Popular, you could say.
Yeah, and it's only the third Woody Allen film to be on 4K. Because his French film, that was his most recent film, got a 4K in France.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And Vicky Cristina Barcelona just got a 4K in France.
Okay.
So this is the third one.
That's also, you know what? Yeah, that's another good one. Vicky Cristina Barcelona. Oh, yeah. Scarlett Johansson, Penelope Cruz, Javier Bardem.
Yeah, it's. I'm not huge on some of the later ones, but it's fine.
I mean, we have to move on from Woody Allen because there's just too much talk here. But what's your opinion on Match Point?
Oh, I hate Match Point.
Oh, okay. I'm just.
I actually, of those ones of like that kind of weird period, I actually think the underrated one is Cassandra's Dream.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I think it is actually pretty decent, actually.
That's interesting. Yeah, Cassandra's Dream. No one talks about that movie. Hardly ever.
I'm not huge on the Scarlett Johansson stuff.
I was gonna say because there's it's part of that mid 2000s where like I think the movie quality kind of fluctuates for him.
I don't like Scoop. Scoop's pretty awful.
Scoop is like I consider it kind of a neutral movie. It's not bad. It's not good. It's light.
Most of his, a lot of his stuff is, is neutral, and then every like 4 films he has like a complete banger.
Yeah. And we talked about he has certain surrogates that he puts on screen. I think around the 2000s was when he started doing that because by that point he was,
No, it starts in the 90s with Bullets Over Broadway and Celebrity.
Yeah, you just said that started there. I'm thinking of, because what was the one he did with Jason Biggs and Christina Ricci?
Oh, Anything Else?
Anything Else?
That one's okay, actually. Tarantino loves that one.
Of all the ones, he loves that one.
Like he had that in like his top 20 films since he started making films list. It was like, really?
Yeah, of all of them, okay. But yeah. So Woody Allen, it's tough to recommend him to people because of all of the baggage, and there are a lot of other filmmakers like that. It's tough to recommend because of all of the extra baggage that comes with them.
I mean, people should watch the early ones, and then make up your mind. Some of the films are great.
Support Woody Allen at all because of all of the extra stuff, then don't. You know what I mean? Then don't. I know there are people who watch any of his movies.
I wouldn't say he is on the caliber of like a Polanski, where I think if you don't watch Chinatown, Rosemary's Baby, you are doing a disservice to your film viewing.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's an interesting thing, just because Polanski's such a different filmmaker, and I would say better filmmaker than Woody Allen.
He's different too. He is leagues above Woody Allen.
Yeah, there's different levels to this.
Made some great films, but Polanski is Polanski. He is amazing.
Exactly. And I also understand if you don't want to watch any or buy any of his movies, you don't have to. That's kind of the great thing with collecting. You can buy and support whomever you want. You don't have to watch whatever you don't want. No one's forcing you to do anything.
But you should watch Chinatown and Rosemary's Baby. You should. If you want to illegally download it, go ahead.
How do you feel about the two Jakes? Would you recommend that?
The Two Jakes is a very interesting movie. It's not very good, but it's interesting.
Yeah. So we'll quickly go over some of the other imprint releases here. Um, I've already talked about Red Sonja, which recently got an Arrow release. So there's not really much
I
else to
haven't
say.
seen any of the Conan or Red Sonja stuff. So
Is that really not your? Is that not your bag?
I have the Conan set. I just haven't got around to it yet.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I've got the first one. I'm sure I'll enjoy it. I mean,
Yeah. So I mean,
like
if you
I
have
can
the
like the
Arrow
Saul
release,
movie. So
if you have the Arrow release already, you probably may not need this release of Red Sonja already. I talked about Red Sonja when it
I
came
have
out.
the Conan the Barbarian era release.
I got that. I got the double feature one.
I just have the first one. I don't want to like
To be honest,
spurge.
that's the best one.
I mean, I know it's the best one. If I'm going to watch one, it's going to be that one. You know.
Yeah, that's the one. The one with done by John Milius.
Yeah.
Then there was Conan the Destroyer, not as good. And then I think Red Sonja is the worst out of the three of them, personally. This release here is a steelbook with a 3D lenticular hard case cover. It's got the poster in it. Yeah, it's a fine 80s adventure movie, fantasy, epic, if you will, done in the same vein as like a Conan the Barbarian. It's just I don't think it's as good as the other ones. Ironically, is Arnold Schwarzenegger is in this movie, but he's not playing Conan. He's playing a completely different character. Apparently, he was duped by Dino De Laurentiis to like be in this movie, thinking it was only going to be like 10 minutes of screen time. And no, he's actually in it way more. And upon seeing the movie, he was kind of pissed because he's like, "Yeah, I wasn't supposed to be in this movie that much." But he was. It's a fine adventure film if you're digging that 80s type of vibe to it. We've got another. Let's see, where's the other release here? I want to talk about Deathstalker collection. So this is another kind of 80s fantasy film, but Deathstalker is not kind of on the same level as the Conan films or Red Sonja. This is the B movie version of those movies. This is produced
not
by
like the D movie version of those movies.
Yeah, it's the Roger Corman version of those movies. He was a producer on the original Deathstalker. Now, this release here has Deathstalker, Deathstalker 2, and Deathstalker from the remake from 2025. There were actually like 4 or 5 Deathstalker movies. So this doesn't encompass all of those. I think Deathstalker was actually produced by some Argentinian production company, and they were like on the verge of going bankrupt at the time, and they basically contacted Roger Corman to like save them, and he kind of gave them this idea to do this movie, I think. And what you get here is kind of a sleazy version of like Conan the Barbarian and all those types of movies. This movie features a lot of
like a sleazy, crappy version of Beastmaster.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is like I'm like Beastmaster's a better movie than this.
Oh yeah, Beastmaster is really fun.
Yeah,
and the guy who directed this worked on Beastmaster.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of aesthetic similarities to Beastmaster, and it really kind of to all of those movies of that time. But this movie's got just like random nudity, sex scenes. There's one character who's this warrior woman who just wears underwear and a cloak the whole time. Like that's this type of movie. Like it's got a little exploitation vibe to it. If you're into Roger Corman films, it can be fun. But it also can be incredibly cheesy and campy and sleazy, like I said. This release here, though, has 2 discs.
It's also a bit dull. There's much better Roger Corman productions.
Yeah, there are. This has got a 4K. Yeah, the 4K has the movie in Dolby Vision and HDR10. Audio commentary by the makeup effects artist and the director and the actor Richard Brooker. And that's on disc 1, and then disc 2 has the same audio commentary, and that is it. I didn't see Deathstalker 2 or the remake. All I know is that the remake I hear is not that bad.
Actually pretty good from all accounts. The remake kind of played all the genre festivals. People seem to really like the remake. So
and the remake came out last year, so it's relatively recent.
Patton Oswalt's in it.
Yes, I remember him promoting it when it came out. Okay.
It's the guy who did The Void and Psycho Goreman. So It's probably
Okay.
not.
Yes,
too
I know
bad.
a lot of people are big fans of Psycho Gorman. Psycho Gorman, I know Steven was a big fan of. He bought, I think, the Blu-ray like release of that. That movie's also kind of like a lot of fun. Psycho Gorman.
The Void I thought was the better one. I
Mm,
wasn't huge on either, but the Void's kind of Lovecraftian, and that was
yes.
kind of interesting.
Let's see. So this remake in 4K has 2 audio commentaries and 2 audio commentaries on the Blu-ray, as well as an interview with the writer and director and the actor, both actors and actor. Yeah. Oh, but he's getting interviewed by the actor. That's odd. Interview with visual effects supervisors, all kinds of interesting special features here for a modern film. And that's it for Deathstalker. And then they do have the Imprint Asia release, which is two box sets. But I've got to look them up individually because they don't give you the special features if you look them up by themselves, which is incredibly frustrating. Let's see. Let's go to the. I'll just list them off because I didn't get to see any of these movies.
Yeah, I haven't seen them either. So
Let's go with the. These movies have the most on the nose titles you've ever seen for these types of erotica films. So Nikkatsu Erotica Volume 1, the movies are Wet Desire, Lovers Are Wet, and Lovers Are Wet. Couldn't be more self-explanatory.
yeah, I think it's a very wet time with those films.
Exactly. I mean, pretty on the nose. Yeah, so I haven't seen either of these films. I just want to make people aware of them. They've been putting out a lot of these like Japanese erotic films, if you will, like almost these pinku type of films. I feel I've been getting a lot of releases from a lot of different places. I know Mondo's been putting some out, and as well as these other boutique labels.
Third Window and 88's been doing some of that stuff over here.
Yep. Even Eureka, who we just talked about, is put out some that they announced last time I talked about.
Like a 4K of one of those films.
Yeah, I think it was Bohachi Bushido. One of those.
Something like that, yeah.
And then let's see, what was the other one? I forgot the erotic films of Han-Hsiang, Volume 1, 1973 to 1976. And we've got 3 films in here of Illicit Desire, The Golden Lotus, and Moods of Love. 2 out of 3 of these are worldwide first on Blu-ray. Let's see. Han-Hsiang was among the most influential directors of Chinese cinema, helming over 70 films across a 5-decade career. A multi-time Golden Horse Award winner and Cannes Film Festival Award winner, he had roots as a painter and set designer, which gave his films a striking visual presence and saw him explore countless genres, including Huangmedao opera adaptations, historical costume dramas, and Fengyu films, and erotica, which of course this is a box set of. It says there's a new interview with film historian on Illicit Desire, and then The Golden Lotus has no features, and then Moods of Love has Cinema Hong Kong, The Beauties of the Shaw Studio featurette, and that is it. A lot of Shaw Brothers stuff getting released too from everyone, seemingly. Just an unbelievable amount. Let me check my notes to see if there's any other imprint on here that I missed. Let's see. Directed by Woody Allen, the Nikkatsu, the erotic films of them, and Deathstalker collection, Red Sonja. So that is it for the imprint, and we've done. Let's see. Where do we want to go to next? I know Kino's got a couple of releases. Quickly, we can go through those.
Let's do this. Let's do the Studio Canal stuff.
Oh yes.
The Mandico set, and then I'm gonna and Nadja as well. Let's do those, and then I'm gonna head off because.
Oh, no problem. I know it's super late for you anyway. So let's see. So Studio Canal. Accident. Yeah. Accident from Studio Canal.
We start with the big one, though.
Hold on. Which big one?
Manhunter.
Oh yeah, that is the big one. Losing my mind. This is what happens when you do the show, Ian. I'll be honest with you. Your mind starts fading after about the 2-hour mark. You are correct, sir. Let me go to Manhunter. Now, this is fascinating because this is a new cut of Manhunter, dubbed the final cut.
Michael Mann making a new cut of one of his movies? Never.
It's never happened before. First time ever. Let's see. Click on this. Yep, this is it. So, Studio Canal has provided a promotional trailer for the new 4K restoration of Michael Mann's Manhunter from 1986, starring William Peterson, Kim Grice, Joan Allen, Brian Cox, and Dennis Farina. 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray release of the 4K restoration are expected to be revealed later this year. So I'm not even sure when this is coming out.
October 28th.
Okay, it says over here, it says coming to cinemas via Rialto Pictures on July 24th and Studio Canal UK on September 25th, with further international releases this fall. So I think it's got to make its run first and then get a release.
I believe it's October, though. I read somewhere it is October where this is going to come out.
Okay, that makes sense after its run. But from what I understand, it is a new cut. It's the final cut of Manhunter. Now, this is the third film directed by Michael Mann, if memory serves correctly.
Fourth film, if you count Jericho Mile, I would count, because that is basically that is a feature film. But
either way, I think it's been a 4K release that's been highly anticipated for a number of years now. And Manhunter is no stranger to home video in any way, because it's gotten released in every format.
In various cuts.
In various cuts, yeah. So Manhunter is famously the movie featuring Hannibal Lecter before Silence of the Lambs, which we just talked about. This is the movie where Brian Cox plays Hannibal Lecter. I think William Peterson plays Will Graham, if I remember correctly. And it's about the hunt for the serial killer, the Red Dragon. And
played by the recently departed Tom Noonan.
Yeah, and I have actually Tom Noonan.
Fantastic in it.
Ironically, you say that. I have What Happened Was, which was a film by Tom Noonan, directed by Tom Noonan.
Have you seen that?
I have seen this. I think it's really great. All takes place in one location.
Well, the film that just came out that reminded me a lot of What Happened Was. You heard of this film called, No. Have you heard of this film called Blue Film?
No, I haven't seen it. No.
It was a film that got rejected from a lot of film festivals. I'm not going to say too much about it, but it's about just like Cam Boy is hired by someone to do sexual favors for him in his house.
Okay.
And there's a past that they're both connected to.
Oh.
Let's just say that. And it reminded me a lot of What Happened Was. It's kind of like the most extreme version of that scenario. It's a very interesting film. It's really worth seeing.
I'll check that out.
It got rejected by a lot of film festivals because the subject matter was too risque for some.
Yeah, it sounds very risque.
But it's a good film. It's worth seeing. But yes, so Manhunter. It took me a while to kind of appreciate Manhunter because I was very much in the sort of Silence of the Lambs is the best Hannibal film, and I would still say I probably prefer Silence of the Lambs, but Manhunter is fantastic. Brian Cox does a completely different take on it, and actually Michael Mann wanted William Friedkin as Hannibal Lecter at one point.
The director, William Friedkin?
Yes.
I'm like, I thought you misspoke there. That would have been a take unlike anything else. And
you know who Dino De Laurentiis wanted as director, right?
No, I don't.
Someone called David Lynch.
Oh, interesting. It would be interesting how they would work together. They would work together on David Lynch's Dune, and we all know how that went.
And Blue Velvet.
And Blue Velvet, yeah.
And he wanted to do Blue Velvet instead of Red Dragon.
Gotcha. Gotcha. That's very, very interesting how that's all interconnected there. But this, yeah, I think this movie famously has gotten more appreciated over time. Obviously, the one that gets remembered the most is Silence of the Lambs because of all of its accolades and Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster and all that kind of stuff. And you're right, Brian Cox plays Hannibal Lecter rather different, but he's still incredibly menacing in this movie. And the character of the Red Dragon is also interesting too, and different than Buffalo Bill. And Tom Noonan is a very interesting person when you put him on screen. He's incredibly tall, incredibly lanky person, and he can look frightening if you put him in the right light, if you will. You know what I mean? If you make him look incredibly frightening, you can do that. I remember the Hannibal TV series with Mads Mikkelsen. They did a Red Dragon story arc on there, which I thought was
in the
pretty
third
good.
season, right, is when they kind of went into doing Red Dragon, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they also did the Hannibal arc in the show Hannibal. I'm talking about Hannibal the movie with the character and that storyline and stuff like that. Famously, the Hannibal movie directed by Ridley Scott. It's actually one of the first Kino 4Ks that they ever came out with was Hannibal. I remember that when they first started getting into the format. That was one of their first 4Ks many, many years ago. It's still a movie I think people struggle with to this day. Yet again, talk about a movie living in its shadow of its previous movie.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It's not a bad movie. It's an interesting movie. I mean, it's interesting that Ridley Scott did it because it's such a for hire job because everyone turned it down. Famously, Jodie Foster turned it down.
Oh yeah, they had to get Julianne Moore. Not a bad substitute if you can't get
not at all. Gary Oldman has that great uncredited role as the pedophile who's the main villain. He's fantastic in it.
Yeah, the makeup effect works for him.
Oh yeah, it's wild.
Incredibly frightening. Philip Seymour Hoffman is in the movie. The late great Philip Seymour Hoffman.
No, that's Red Dragon.
Oh, that's Red Dragon. You're right. That's another one. You're right. Red Dragon is a remake of Manhunter, kind of readaptation, remake.
And not even half as good. Although it's not a terrible movie, but it's pointless. But yeah, so Manhunter. I mean, also it has a very rare acting performance by Kim Greist, who people might recognize from Brazil. She kind of retired by 2001. So her career never really took off in the way it probably should have. She did a lot of television in the 90s. She plays the love interest in it. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are really excited by this release. I know some people are really annoyed. It seems to be the case that only the new cut will be in this box set.
That's the thing. I was actually wanted to ask you about this when you first mentioned to put this on our notes list. Is, would you have preferred them also including the other cuts as well?
Oh, well, of course. I mean, I'm not someone who's going to necessarily watch every cut of a film, but not. I mean, sometimes I will, but I mean, just for completion's sake, it would be nice to have.
Yeah, I understand that as well. We've talked about here on Chasing Labels many times of how do we feel about directors going back and re-editing their movies, taking things out, putting things in. George Lucas famously has done that. I mean, we just talked about Ridley Scott. He's done that many times over. Michael Mann is doing it.
Well, Ridley is someone. His director's cuts are almost always better than the theatrical cut.
I always bring up Kingdom of Heaven. I bring it up every single time with guests.
Yep. And I liked the initial version of Kingdom of Heaven, but yet that director's cut is one of his best movies. Yeah, The Counselor is better with the director's cut. Interestingly, he hasn't done one except for Napoleon in some years.
What's interesting, Napoleon doesn't even have a physical media release yet. I don't know if it ever will. I know it's kind of stuck behind that Apple, that Apple wall, if you will.
Yeah, I need to make sure I watch that. Because I got a new Mac, so I just got 3 months on Apple.
Oh yeah, they do like to give away. Every time one of my parents gets like a new headphone or new earbuds or whatever, they
They
always
have to
give
like
away.
message them to be like, "Give me my free trial, so I don't have
Yeah.
to pay."
Yeah, they always give like free Apple Music or free Apple TV. What's interesting about Apple TV, and I think I've said it on here many times before, or it's even said on the internet. It's not an original idea. They have some of the best like television programming with like the highest, most beautiful budgets, and they don't market their stuff at all. Like they don't market any of it. It's kind of astonishing how like they just don't do it. And their streaming stuff. We just talked about how Netflix looks bad. The streaming stuff on Apple looks great. It's like night and day. Yet they just don't have money left in the budget. But yet again, we don't know.
They also don't care because they
They
don't,
are a $1 trillion company. They don't care.
yeah, they're just happy to, have this stuff out there.
Yeah.
And,
Like,
and
this is not their main
everything
money
has
maker.
been paid for well in advance,
Yeah.
So
When it comes to companies like Apple, like that streaming service is not their main source of income. They've got like computers and phones and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's
It's not like Netflix only has like their streaming service.
Basically a hobby for some people at Apple. It's such a
it's not the main thing. But Studio Canal is also putting out this movie called Accident, and they're putting out a 4K and a Blu-ray. It's part of their classics line. Studio Canal is preparing a 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray release of Joseph Losey's Accident.
Or is it one of the cult classics? No, yeah,
I think it's one of the. Wait, actually, what does it say there?
It's classics. You're right.
Yeah, classics. I forget the vintage classics. We're both wrong. And it's about. It's not about. It's of the movie Accident, which is directed by Joseph Losey, who also directed the movie The Servant, which Studio Canal has also put out on 4K. The Servant is kind of a masterwork of a movie. I recommend that to anyone. This movie here is not so much a masterwork. It's fine, and there's a lot going on in it that I think is good and positive, but it's not as crisp or as well defined as The Servant is. This movie stars Dirk Bogarde, who was also in The Servant as well. Michael York is in the movie. Let's see. So, winner of the 1967 Grand Jury Prize at the Cannes Film Festival, Accident was nominated for 4 BAFTA awards, including Best British Film. The Blu-ray release features a restoration of the film undertaken by the BFI, British Film Institute. 2 Oxford students, William and Anna, crashed their car outside their Professor Stephen's house, portrayed by Dirk Bogarde. The lecturer finds William dead and Anna in shock, and the horrifying spectacle in front of him triggers memories of their previous meetings. It transpires that Anna has been having an affair with one of the professor's colleagues, and in a flashback to a Sunday dinner party, it is revealed what part Stephen had to play in the fallout from the relationship. Harold Printer provides the script for Joseph Losey's examination of emotional tumult amongst the dreaming spires. That's an interesting way. But anywho, it's a movie where Dirk Bogarde plays this college, university professor, and he is pining after one of his students. We've seen that story before. And she is in a relationship with one of his proteges, portrayed by Michael York, but she's also having an affair with one of his colleagues as well. And he, I believe, is insanely jealous of this because there's a lot of unspoken tension and unspoken things in this movie. That's what I got out of it. No one in this movie ever sits down and has a conversation about how they're feeling. And I felt like that would have solved a lot of problems in it. And these people kind of definitely are afraid to express their feelings and express what's going on in their mind. They're all putting up fronts and all putting on shows for each other. And they're supposed to be like friends and colleagues and all this kind of stuff. Yet I all feel like they hate each other. Like I feel like they just have a lot of spite and jealousy amongst each other. For various reasons. There's a lot of good parts of the movie, but the movie can be incredibly slow. Like I said, not a lot of plot going on in it. It's told mostly in flashback, bracketed by this car accident that happens at the beginning of the movie, and then we get the aftermath at the end. A lot of Dirk Bogarde being a seedy older man trying to prey on a younger woman. That's a lot of what's going on in this movie. That seems to be a big theme in this film. I know Ian, you had seen the movie previously, but not for a long time.
I seen it years ago. I reviewed it. I was a little mixed on it. I think I got it at the same time as The Servant. I think they did a Blu-ray of The Servant, and this came out on DVD from Studio Canal around the same time. I got sent both of them. The Servant was a knockout, so this was a bit of a disappointment. I will probably grab this at some point when it's in like the 3 for $50 at HMV in the UK, or if it comes down way in price. But I also might just watch it again on it's on Canopy, so I might watch it again there just to kind of
yeah. You can kind of tell it's not quite on the level of The Servant, because The Servant got like a nice thick like deluxe release.
Oh, yeah,
where this is getting a more kind of traditional, just like the movie with the slipcover, pretty much. They don't have any of the details of the special features yet, which
I think they are available, possibly.
Unfortunately, not on here. Let me see if I can go over to the dreaded Blu-ray.com forum to see if they have any information over there. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm here. 32-page booklet. New Pamela Hutchinson on accident, interview with the dialogue coach, interview with Maxwell Caulfield, and then all of the previous extras that were in Blu-ray.
Okay, so it's getting
a
bunch of extras. Good.
Yeah, I mean, nice set. Joseph Losey is also John Waters' favorite director. Fun fact.
I recently talked about the movie Boom here on Chasing Labels. I think I already put it away. Yeah, I think I put it away or it's in one of my stacks here. But I talked about it on a recent Unwatched.
Oh yeah, I mean, Boom is we spoke about Boom.
Yeah, I think that was your episode.
Yeah,
we talked about Boom. Yeah.
Boom is great. He always said that he's he made like failed art films. Some of them were genuine art films, but he like Secret Ceremony and stuff like that. But yeah, Losey is an interest. And people who don't know, Losey was an American filmmaker who was blacklisted and then came to the UK and made all of these famous British films throughout the 50s and 60s, and
that was where he did like a lot of his best work.
He started out doing like noirs in the US, and then he was blacklisted, so he came over. So let's get to Flick Story.
So we're doing. I don't know if you want to duck out after this or if you want to stick around for one more.
I want to do the Bertrand Manico set because.
Oh yeah, that you had brought that up. We'll go to that one next so that you can go. But yeah, so this Studio Canal release is a 4K release of the Jacques Deray film Flick Story, or Cop Story as it's known. I didn't know Flick was kind of the word for cop. Starring Alain Delon, Jean-Louis Trintignant. And this is description based on his true story. Flick Story follows Roger Bonichet's 9-year pursuit of Emile Buisson, a seasoned killer who escapes from an asylum and begins a murderous rampage. All right. New 4K SDR restoration of the film. Flick Story, a Eurocrime procedural, a video essay by Will Webb. Flick Story, Jacques Deray, interviewed by Jean-Louis Trintignant. An extract from Allons au cinéma from 1975. Audio commentary with filmmaker, historian Steve Mitchell and Mondo Digital's Nathaniel Thompson. 12-page booklet with essay by Peter Raleigh. It's in French with English subtitles. It is streaming on Tubi right now, but without English subtitles. So not a big help for those of you who are not fluent in French.
That happened with one of the Mexican Buñuel films, I remember.
That happens with actually several movies that are streaming on Tubi. They have no features and they're in a different language, which, like I said, doesn't help people who aren't fluent in that language.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see this movie because, like I said, not in English. But anything starring Alain Delon, I'm kind of interested in just because of who he was as an actor, and of course, I love the movie Le Samurai, which is an extraordinary movie.
One of the most magnetic screen presences has ever been.
He's also one of the most beautiful, handsome man to ever be on screen.
Yeah. Look, I'm straight, but Alain Delon, okay, whatever.
Yeah, and I know we all know that he recently passed away as well, so it's nice to see that he lives on through his work, or that his work is continuing to come out in physical media form. This is coming out on October 5th. So if you're an Alain Delon fan, if you want to buy all of his movies or some of his movies, here's another one.
Same director as Swimming Pool.
Yes, La Piscine. If you
Which
want
I still
the French title.
haven't seen. I need to watch that soon.
I mentioned La Piscine. I think it was when our friend Rachel Belwar was on a couple of episodes ago, because I just commented that in that movie it's basically Alain Delon just is in like swim trunks the whole time. Like they're just hanging out by the pool. The movie opens with him just completely like getting out of the pool. It's a very sexual movie in every regard, aesthetics, themes, all kinds of stuff. If you haven't seen La Piscine yet, check it out. Criterion's put out a Blu-ray of it. Now let's go over to. Now this is going to be kind of tough just because there's not much information on this box set, so I'm kind of going to be relying on you, Ian.
I think there is some info. Let me just check it.
Let me see.
Have you seen any of this guy's films? He's a real.
I don't think I have.
Well, I probably should. I think they now identify as a they. So but I'm not sure. So this director is a French director, and the first film they made that was a feature was The Wild Boys. Have you seen The Wild Boys?
I don't think I've seen any of this person's work previously.
So Wild Boys is fantastic. It's about this group of teenage boys who have been they've been convicted of a rape. It's a very kind of like Lord of the Flies type thing. A bit of the William Burroughs book, The Wild Boys, thrown in. And they've been sent to this island, and it's done in this very hallucinatory, dreamlike fashion. And this is not really a spoiler. It's in all the synopses. For the course of the film, they become women. So they develop breasts and stuff start to fall off, but all the boys are played by French women.
Okay.
And it's a really great film. And then they also made After Blue, Dirty Paradise, or something called After Blue, which is a intergalactic lesbian western.
That sounds fascinating.
Which is also done in a very dreamlike, surreal fashion. Where almost every other word is Kate Bush, because they're looking for someone called Kate Bush.
Got it. I get the reference. Yeah.
And going back to Conan, he did like a gender flipped Conan movie where Conan's a woman.
Oh, fascinating. Hence the title, She is Conan.
Yeah. And they're doing like a new films this year. It's just playing some festivals. But the stuff has not been available on home video this is a UK box set for people who don't know, by Anti-Worlds. And Altered Innocence did all of these films in the US.
These do seem like Altered Innocence types of films.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, Altered Innocence used to be a partner label with Veneer Syndrome many years ago. They've since broken off and do their own thing. But their movies are typically of this vibe, very much in the vein of LGBTQ plus type of movies. And for all the Altered Innocence movies I've seen, they've all been really, really good. I have several in my collection. And
Wild Boys, fantastic film, absolutely fantastic. And so what's on? I'll send you the link. There's a bunch of
like here is the one by Altered Innocence, The Wild Boys by Altered Innocence, or Les Garçons Sauvages, The Wild Boys.
There's a bunch of short films on this, new interviews, and a video essay and various new things. I have the first two films from Altered Innocent, but I don't have She is Conan, so I'm just gonna buy this box set when it comes out in August, because I am really excited because
these came out. Oh, relatively recently, within the last couple of years. I'm surprised I didn't catch them.
Yeah, I mean,
Talk about them here. Yeah.
Wild Boys kind of came and went, but everyone who saw it loved it. It was voted best film by Kesher to Cinema that year, and it didn't have much of a release in the UK. And it's a really great film. People should check that one out. It's really really good.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna investigate these films and at least try to find a way to watch them in general.
I believe they're all on Tubi. If I know they're all on Canopy.
Gotcha. Okay, so either way, I have them available.
And for the listeners, here is a trick: if you don't live in Los Angeles and you have Canopy, make a fake. Well, find a Los Angeles address and use that as your address and make a digital account with the Los Angeles County Library, and you get 30 tokens for Canopy a month.
Nice. Thing is, I don't know where you get. I usually get 15.
Yeah, so everyone should make an LA County Library account, and they don't request you to come in and collect your card unlike some libraries. You have a digital card, and it's 30 tokens a month. So
I would recommend anyone, if you live in the United States, you can sign up for a library card, and it's for free.
No. This is still for free. You just use a Los Angeles County.
Oh, just to get the extra tokens.
You make an account with LA County. You find an address. So I said I live on Mulholland Drive.
Nice, like you're in
Mulholland
Drive.
But so you just find an address. You just put the details in. They're not going to check it, and you have a 30 tokens for Canopy. And you can use Canopy in most countries.
I didn't know they were international. I thought it was only a U.S. thing.
Technically they're international. There's some occasional restrictions, geographical restrictions on some films, but most will play even if you aren't connected to VPN.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, LA County, you get 30 tokens. So everyone should make an LA County account.
Cool. All right. It's a little advice from Ian. Now, Ian, I believe you said you were going to check out.
Well, why don't we do Nadja really quickly?
Okay.
I did watch that recently. So
okay.
And
I'm glad that you watched it. I'd seen it recently because I think another company had just put it out.
Radiance is going to be doing it.
That's what. Yeah, I think it's one of their transmission releases.
They haven't officially announced it yet. And haven't officially announced what's on the release.
Yeah, so our friend, here in the U.S. in Region A land, Arbelos is putting out Nadja, however you want to say, because here, Arbelos. Let's see.
Yeah, it is.
Wow, they talked about it back in January. Jeez.
But it only got announced
like within the last couple of days. So this is a movie that is fascinating to me because I've seen it, and it's a vampire film, but it's like art house vampire stuff.
It's very much like a sort of how Hartley does a vampire movie.
Yeah. So
and a lot of his cast are in it, and some other people. David Lynch produced it.
Yeah, he's also in it, which blew my mind when I first saw it. I'm like, oh my god, that's David Lynch.
And also speaking of Bertrand Manico, they are on his disc.
Oh yeah, look at all the special features.
Yeah.
So for those of you who have not seen this movie before, it is a vampire film. Like I said, it's an art house vampire film following their father's death at the hands of Dr. Van Helsing, who's portrayed by Peter Fonda. New York-based vampire Nadja and her devoted companion Renfield are drawn close to her estranged and ailing twin brother Edgar, who's portrayed by Jared Harris. As Van Helsing pursues his fiend from Manhattan to Transylvania, his nephew Jim, and Jim's wife Lucy, and Edgar's private nurse Cassandra are all drawn into an escalating battle between bloodlines. It's merging elements from Lambert Hillier's Dracula's Daughter from 1936 with Andre Breton's landmark surrealist novel Nadja from 1928, written directed by Michael Almereyda, conjures a rare vampire film steeped in many genres yet beholden to none. Executed produced by David Lynch. Nadja fuses shimmering black and white 35mm with hallucinatory pixel vision video, creating one of the most inspired visions to emerge from the 90s independent cinema movement. And they emphasize it in bold here. Executive produced by David Lynch. Like I said, he's also in the movie. But new 4K restoration of the film by Arbelos and Grasshopper Film. New video interview with Elena Lowenson. Video interview with producer Mary Sweeney. Video interview with producer Amy Hobby.
And for people who don't know, Mary Sweeney was Lynch's producer and wife.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Mary Sweeney produced all of Lynch's later films and was very briefly married to him.
Oh, I didn't know that. Video interview with cinematographer Jim Denault. Interview with composer Simon Fisher Turner. Interview with filmmaker Bertram Mendico. 3 films directed by Almereyda, shot in pixel vision. Aliens, At Sundance, The Rocking Horse winner. And then there's a theatrical trailer on here as well, and re-release trailer. So a lot of new features on here. Arbelos doesn't put out many releases, so they certainly take their time with them. But this is an interesting release of a very interesting, like I said, art house vampire film from the 90s. Check out the trailer if you haven't, if you're interested in it at all. I love the cover art. It's very, very emblematic of the movie.
I mean, I don't think the pixel vision stuff totally works in it, and he uses it way too much, especially during the last half an hour.
The climax of the movie.
I really like Michael Almereyda. I think he's a really underappreciated director. I don't know if you've seen a lot of his films.
I don't think I have. I think this may have been the only one of his I've seen.
Well, he started mainly as a screenwriter. He wrote the script for Cherry 2000.
Oh wow! The same director of
Miracle Mile.
Yeah, Miracle Mile.
And he also wrote the script for Until the End of the World with Wim Wenders.
Oh yes.
And he also did some work on Total Recall as well. And then he moved into directing. He directed the film Twister, but not that Twister.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't think it was him.
And he did a really weird version of Hamlet with Ethan Hawke, modern day Hamlet.
That was his.
That's him.
Okay, so I have seen that movie. I have seen that.
Spearmentor, which is a really great film with Peter Skarsgård and Winona Ryder. He did Marjorie Prime, which had a bit of indie traction a few years ago, with John Hamm and what's the older lady in it? Lewis Smith.
Okay.
Which was a good sort of lo-fi sci-fi stuff. He did a really good documentary about Hampton Fancher, who wrote Blade Runner. That's called Escapes. That's really good. And he did the Tesla film with Ethan Hawke a few years ago.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, he played
really
the
out
Tesla.
there. Really out there film. But so with the new Nadja release, he has recut the film, and it sounds like the new version, at least even though it's actually the needle drop I cared less about, but some of the music has been removed from this new version. He used a lot of very early Portishead music in the film. And at the very beginning, he uses My Bloody Valentine as well. And it sounds like I'm not sure about the My Bloody Valentine stuff, but the Portishead music has been removed for this new release. So if you have the older DVD, you may want to keep a hold of it, because it does add something to the film and kind of puts it into this kind of early 90s sort of vibe.
Gotcha.
So
okay, sounds good.
And I believe the Radiance release might be a 4K. That is what
That would be, yeah.
That's what the word on the street is.
I have their. I don't have the most recent transmission release because they still have to put out. I think Vampire's Kiss still has to come out.
Yeah, that got delayed by a couple of weeks. I have it on pre-order.
I just got special effects recently because it actually, I think this edition went out of print. I'm just looking over at my Radiant shelf to see what's there, but yeah. So now I think you officially are bowing out for the rest of the show.
It's 5:30. I should probably bow out, but
okay. No problem.
Always a pleasure, and
of course, thank you for coming on such a late hour.
Oh, should we do Gone with the Wind quickly?
Oh, do you have things to say about Gone with the Wind? Because that was actually where I was going to go next.
I have a very controversial thing to say about Gone with the Wind.
Hot take incoming for one of the most famous movies ever made.
Anyone has ever said on this podcast.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those who don't know, Gone with the Wind just got a big 4K announcement.
Yep.
I watched Gone with the Wind. I think it's a terrible movie.
Okay. It's a hell of a way to end your presence.
I think it's really dull, and also it's extremely racist, which everyone I think knows. And to be very controversial, there's another film that came out 20 years earlier, which is extremely racist and even more explicitly racist, called Birth of a Nation, which we all know. Mm-hmm. I think Birth of a Nation is a much better film than Gone with the Wind. I think some much more interesting film. I think it's a more exciting film. I think it's a far more engaging film. I think partly because the first half of that film is a really good Civil War movie. And then it becomes insane. And Gone with the Wind is just really dull. And I don't even find the Burden of Atlanta that exciting, to be honest.
Right. I to be honest, I don't. You're probably not alone in your thinking of Gone with the Wind. I don't think anything you're saying is a stretch of the imagination. I know the movie has this reputation of being incredibly beloved because, it's from 1939. It's from the golden age of Hollywood. It's in Technicolor.
And that's all fine. I love all of that.
The production and all this kind of stuff, historical production stuff. All of that is understandable.
I mean, there's some great shots. You can also
say that it's everything that you said.
I think there's some great shots. I don't think even Clark Gable's that good in it. I think the cast is kind of crap in it, to be honest. I don't think Vivian Lee's that great. He's been much better films. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lousy film.
You will not be buying it in 4K.
I will not be buying it. I mean, it was quite annoying. I had a Blu-ray of it, and it wouldn't play. It was like all pixelated. I don't know what happened.
No, that sounds like the disc went rotted out or something.
I don't know.
Which Warner Brothers has had a lot of issues.
I still sold it for $1.20 to a used DVD shop, but
so you didn't lose too much.
I think I paid like £4 for it. So some sucker's gonna, I mean, they've screwed me out of money so many times that I don't feel bad.
Gotcha.
Well, I've got a penny for a DVD, so if I get £1.20, it's fine.
All right. That's a heck of a way to end. So
yeah, Gone with the Wind, not good. I mean, to be honest, reading about the making of that film is more interesting than the film. And like the fact that it was like all these various directors. I mean, the really fun story is, so initially the film was directed by George Cukor. Because it was a case of like Wizard of Oz that year, which Cukor also worked on, and Richard Fleming worked on, who was the credited director on both of those films. I think we all know which is the better film that year, directed by. I think no one would disagree that Wizard of Oz is a better film than Gone with the Wind.
There are probably battles about that debate right now. I will say this: there are a lot of debates amongst classic film fans, old Hollywood fans, and many subjects.
Wizard of Oz is Wizard of Oz. I mean, it's one of the greatest films ever made in the history of the world, and will last longer than any of us on this planet.
Yeah, it's been here before us, and it'll be here after us for sure.
It will. But so the one of the really fun stories is back in Clark Gable was like a gigolo in the 1920s.
Not unsurprising.
And he had some affairs with men.
some were paid and some weren't. And George Cukor was the sort of head of gay Hollywood at the time, and he was quite openly gay. It was like a big secret or anything. And Clark Gable knew that he knew about his past, and it always made him a little uneasy being around George Cukor. So from the get-go, he was trying to get Cukor fired. Old legend goes. But yeah, Gone with the Wind is not a good film, and I mean, I hope it doesn't have like a stupid trigger warning on it, because which weirdly Studio Canal does that. Have you noticed that on Studio Canal?
I have not noticed that. They're putting warnings before the movies
on like any old film. Like the craziest one was Bill and Ted.
The first one?
Yes, like
Excellent Adventure?
It was like this film has historical attitudes that might be offensive to
For a Bill and Ted film? If you're being offended by a Bill and Ted film, I mean,
I know that was the one I was like, Jesus. It was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I can understand doing that for perhaps, like you mentioned, Birth of a Nation or something like that, because of the historical context of it and the rapid racism within it that's notorious.
Yeah,
but for Bill and Ted, I mean,
that was the one I was like, Jesus Christ, like Bill and Ted, like really?
I know they do it. We're talking Warner Brothers here. Warner Brothers notoriously does it before old Looney Tunes cartoons that are incredibly racist. Ones that came out during the 40s.
So they might be doing it for Gone with the Wind, possibly.
It's interesting because, there's been a whole thing over the last several years.
I watched it on HBO Max. I couldn't watch the disc of it. It was weird because they had like a really good intro, TCM intro, which they do on HBO Max from time to time. Have the TCM intro before you watch the film, and that was put it in perfectly good context. And then they put like a text one. I was like, why do you need this text one? You just had this person speak about the film.
Why would you need? You just had it.
It seemed utterly redundant.
Whoever edited that together didn't do its due diligence and do a good job. But yeah, so if you want to check out, I'll just talk about the rest of these releases, and we will.
Anyway, talk to you later, and hopefully people have enjoyed my
insights. Yeah, certainly great to have you on. Thanks for making the time and coming out talking movies.
All right.
Later. All right, so we will continue here. Thank you, Ian, for accompanying me here. I know it's difficult for people in other time zones, specifically in the UK. It's 5-6 hours ahead, so that's kind of tough. It's tough for our friends in Australia that we had here on recently as well. They're so many hours ahead and whatnot. So I understand why he had to kind of leave a little bit early. Perfectly fine with me. Glad he was here. But we will, of course, continue on with the rest of these releases. My take here on Gone with the Wind is not as big of a hot take, obviously, as Ian had. I'm a big lover of classic, Hollywood cinema, golden age cinema of that time. I have Gone with the Wind in my collection. I've seen the movie. I understand, of course, entirely about the modern context of that movie, how it can be viewed as being incredibly, not holding up well. You know what I mean? How it can be viewed as being perhaps a racist text, perhaps a text that glorifies the Confederacy during of the Civil War and stuff like that. Those elements are all in that movie. For me, I get caught up in more of like the film production of it all and all that kind of stuff, and its importance and popularity, the zeitgeist of the time, and how that all got caught up into it. I mean, there's a reason why it's shown on television all the time. I know we just mentioned TCM. TCM has probably shown this movie like hundreds of times, if not thousands of times over the years. And let's see, we have some comments here before I get into it. Let's see. Do I think Wizard of Oz is a better film? It's certainly a movie that I like more. It's certainly a movie that I've watched way more than I've watched Gone with the Wind. I've watched Wizard of Oz so many times throughout my life. It's such a magical film. That movie is like movie magic You know what I mean? The Technicolor, the transition from sepia tone black and white to full on Technicolor, the music, Follow the Yellow Brick Road, the characters in that film, I feel are way more timeless than Gone with the Wind. Although Gone with the Wind has a lot of timeless themes in it. It certainly does. I mean, the whole movie is this kind of epic long romance that's very complicated. And of course, complicated romances are, stuff our stuff, that's evergreen throughout cinema. Um, uh, and another good thing here is the war is over. You can show both sides for historical education. You certainly can. You certainly can. You can certainly, and it has been shown in movies, TV, miniseries, documentaries certainly have covered the Civil War over and over again. I mean, and there's different lights and different contexts and different purviews of the people involved in it on both sides of the conflict, on the Confederacy as well as the United States. I mean, if there's one, that's one of the most talked about parts of American history is the American Civil War. There's been no end to that discussion. No end to that discussion. I like a lot of movies. Let's see. Also, someone says I like a lot of movies from the German and Japanese sides of World War II. It's interesting that you mentioned that. I just watched, and we talked about it here on Chasing Labels a while, so I'm going back a little bit. The movie with Bruno Ganz, which was absolutely incredible. It's Downfall, which just recently got another Blu-ray release, or I think it was a 4K. But either way, that movie is kind of incredible. Letters from Iwo Jima, the Clint Eastwood film, that may be one of the best Clint Eastwood films ever made. And I'm saying that, just having seen a lot of Clint Eastwood. Yeah, thank you, Downfall. And then, yeah, it is a fantastic film. Let's see. Our friend here, JB44, says, Gone with the Wind has been on my radar movies to watch ever since I was a small boy. I may pick up the 4K to see it for my first time. I will say this, it's probably going to look fantastic. It's probably going to look excellent. This is a movie that, like I said, was shot in sumptuous Technicolor, which was really all the rage in the 1930s, this along with Wizard of Oz, and then there are other films doing Technicolor at that time. But yeah, there's nothing like a good Technicolor film. I mean, if you can get the original negatives from a good Technicolor film, it's going to look gorgeous on 4K. I mean, The Wizard of Oz looks gorgeous on 4K, and that was done around the same time. But this release here hopefully will carry over all of the special features that have been released in the various Blu-ray releases. This movie's been released on Blu-ray so many times. And I know we usually don't cover mainstream releases here on Chasing Labels. We mostly stick to the boutique stuff, but this is a pretty important release. People have been wanting this for many, many years. Like I said, there's going to be a standard 4K Blu-ray, a 4K Steelbook, a special collector's edition that's going to be exclusive at Walmart. And of course, there's going to be new special features that they highlight down here. Gone with the Wind, the influence that endures. Film critics and scholars discuss the continued cinematic influence of Gone with the Wind and the film's enduring place within popular culture. Gone with the Wind, restoring and preserving an epic. Get a glimpse inside the detailed processes used to restore the vibrant colors and picture quality and audio fidelity of classic film with artists who handled the restoration. Now, that stuff I love. I love watching film restoration type of stuff. And then we have Scarlett O'Hara, a woman ahead of her time. Explore Vivian Lee's portrayal of Scarlett O'Hara, a trailblazing character far ahead of her time. So that is it. This is coming November 3rd. So just in time for the holidays, you can get Gone with the Wind for your classic film fan lover, if you will. Let's move along now to Deaf Crocodile. Deaf Crocodile has a couple of releases that I wanted to talk about if I can find them. Here is one. So these were already announced several months ago, I think, at this point. This movie Demigod, The Legend Begins, getting a limited edition release. They laid out the rest of the year. They laid out back in June, I think. So this is already this was already announced. They're just giving, like, pre-order is now up for it. They're giving the actual date. All the special features are now available for you to look at. So this is a movie from 2020. 2. And says, my I think this is the movie. Trying to read here. Where do I start? 20 years after directing the epic Legend of the Sacred Stone, also released by Deaf Crocodile, and building on the long-running Pili TV show in Taiwan, director Chris Huang returned with this amazing fusion of traditional uh, Budashi glove puppetry, wuxia martial arts storytelling a la Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and wildly imaginative fantasy filmmaking in the vein of Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Dark Crystal. But it's done with puppets. So it's a wuxia film done with puppets. Incredible concept here. Incredible. So martial arts film done with puppetry. For the special features here, you got part 2 of a new video interview with director Chris Huang. New audio commentary by puppeteer and filmmaker Ben Wolf Page, associative editor of the Puppetry Journal for the Puppeteers of America. Innovative within tradition, how Pili and demigods synthesize millennia of history. That's a visual essay. Let's see, original trailer and 6 making of featurettes. Trailers for Pili TV series, Pili Fantasy War of the Dragons, and Pili Fantasy Doom of Dragons 2. Blu-ray authoring by Vital Passenger. New art by Beth Morris. So that is this release here. And I think the other one is, I have it right here. Here it is. High Up Ka, which is getting a limited slipcover release. This is an animated film from the Philippines. I don't see a lot of Filipino animated films, so this is fascinating to me. This came out in 2020, and this is an interesting movie. It runs about 73 minutes long. I actually got to see it. The utterly delightful Hayap Ka is inspired by the beloved telenovela genre of romance melodramas. Nympha, voiced by Angelica Panyanaban, is a perfume salesman kitty in Manila who receives a prediction from a fortune teller that she'll fall in love with 2 men. And they're both portrayed by dogs. So we have anthropomorphic animated animals. The women in this film are cats and the males are dogs. But there are other animals that populate this movie as well. It is a telenovela melodrama. Let's see. One is her longtime boyfriend, likable but unambitious canine janitor Roger. The second turns out to be a high-powered top dog executive Inigo, who sweeps her off her paws and forces her to ask what's more important, love or physical intimacy, if you will. Plus lots of bling, featuring an irresistible style that both retro and Cartoon Network modern. Hayap Ka is one of the few Filipino animated films both made in the Philippines and about its life and culture. It really is. There's a lot going on in this movie. This movie packs a lot into 73 minutes. It's about like romantic relationships and the trials and tribulations that go on with that. It's about there's a familial theme going on in the movie as well. It's if this were made with people, I think it would be very human. Although all the characters in the movie are animals. I really enjoyed it. Let's see. There's a 48-page illustrated booklet featuring new essays by film critic Walter Chaw and Fantasia Festival programmer Rupert Botenberg. New audio commentary by filmmaker and avid Longoran and co-producer Manny Angelos. New visual essay by film historian Celeste Lacabra. Our good friend Celeste Lacabra has a visual essay on here, so that's awesome. New video interview with filmmaker Avid Longoran. 6 short films by Avid Longoran. Let's see, Roboboy, Momo, Muning, Josephine, Our Forgotten Friends, and Jepoy. Teaser trailer for Rocket Sheep Studios' new animated film Jaja Saturna, and rare concept artwork. Original trailers, Blu-ray authoring by Vital Passenger, and new art by Beth Morris. And I think these will be out. Probably should have checked. Oh, late August. I think the other one will be out in late August as well. So that is it from Deaf Crocodile. Now let me go back to my notes to see what else we've got here. Oh yeah, the puppet wuxia. I need this. Yeah, the concept is wild to me. Like I really want to see what puppet wuxia looks like. I really do. Yeah, film restoration stuff is cool. I recommend this to everybody. There's this documentary called These Amazing Shadows. You can buy it on Blu-ray, DVD. You can probably find it streaming somewhere. It's all about the National Film Archive and all about, how Congress preserves a lot of films in the National Film Registry and all that kind of stuff. It's a really all about preserving movies, and it talks about like you know how the lack of preserving movies have really been a negative effect on the survival of a lot of movies, and we know this. Like, what's the numbers? It's like 70% of the silent era is gone because they just didn't preserve any of those movies. They just kind of used them and threw them away. Unfortunately, also film reels were highly flammable, so they would just light up like a match. And there's it's very well documented that a lot of storage houses that would catch on fire, and a lot of those negatives would be long lost. I mean, and just preserving was never really a it was never really important to film studios. Famously, The Godfather, they used that negative so much that it eventually fell apart. There's a great, making of documentary on even the Godfather Blu-ray or Godfather 4K, where Coppola talks about how the original negative basically fell apart because it was used so many times to make so many prints of The Godfather because the movie was so popular. That's why there's a lot of film foundations and a lot of foundations that are supported and maintained and financially supported by like Martin Scorsese to to restore films, to preserve films. That's why we have movies like The Red Shoes. If you have The Red Shoes on Blu-ray or DVD or the 4K, I think there's a restoration like before and after special feature on there that shows you what it looked like before and what it looks like after the restoration. It's like night and day. It's really, really incredible. What's interesting? So Helvetic Christosdod, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name. The Human Condition about the Japanese invasion of China is an all-time masterpiece. I almost just bought it at the Criterion sale. I almost just bought The Human Condition because I've been wanting to see that movie for so long, or see all three of those movies actually for so long. It's something I got to build up, the willpower to watch The Human Condition. But let me check my notes really quickly to see what else we've got. So I'm actually going to go do Kino right now. We have Kino, Synapse. I think we have Kino and Synapse, and that's kind of about it. And then we can make our way out of here. Yeah, because we've done the Deaf Crocodiles, we've done Studio Canal, Second Sight, we've done Eureka, we've talked about Indicator, we've talked about Criterion, we've talked about. So let me go over to easiest place is Facebook. So let me go over to Facebook and go over to Kino. Kino, of course, always doing their thing. See Kino Lorber Studio Classics. Let me see what they've got cooking over here while my computer is so slow and embarrassing being in front of all of you. They're really promoting John Wayne and Robert Mitchum in El Dorado. But, so today, well, actually, yesterday? What's the day? No, 2 days ago, they announced Coming Soon is going to be In the Name of the Father. This is the Daniel Day-Lewis film that's directed by Jim Sheridan, who also directed him in My Left Foot. But he also directed the movies The Field and The Boxer. I think The Boxer also stars Daniel Day-Lewis. But In the Name of the Father is an excellent film. If you haven't seen that movie yet, highly recommended. This movie is getting a new 4K UHD and Blu-ray release from a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master. In the Name of the Father is a very good movie. Very good movie starring Daniel Day-Lewis. Then we've got the movie that's also coming soon that I actually did get to see is Gridlocked from 1997. This is Tupac Shakur's second to last film. This film also stars Tim Roth. And the movie's called Gridlocked, and it says coming soon on Blu-ray, so brand new HDR master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. And let's see, written and directed by Vondi Curtis Hall, who did the movie Waist Deep. This movie here is starring, like I said, Tupac Shakur as well as Tim Roth. And Thandie Newton is also in the movie as well. I've always liked Thandie Newton. She's a great actress. It's interesting is that after this, she would be in Mission Impossible 2, the John Woo directed Mission Impossible 2, of course, starring Tom Cruise. And she would be in that film. And then, of course, she would go on to be in several things, but she was recently in the show Westworld. But she's a great actress. But in this movie here, it's her along with Tupac and Tim Roth, and they are. So Tupac and Tim Roth are friends, and Thandie Newton is I think Tupac's girlfriend in the movie, right? They all live together, and they're all drug addicts. They're all people who are use substances, kind of a various combination of substances. The big ones: heroin, cocaine, marijuana, etc., etc. And what happens is the Thandie Newton character overdoses, and they have to take her to the hospital. And they decide that after this, they're going to get clean. This really shakes them up because she may die, she may not die. So they decide that they're going to go clean. And what happens is they're trying to get into kind of a government funded program in order to get clean, to go to like rehab essentially. And they keep hitting like roadblock after roadblock of all this red tape and all this stuff, these steps they have to do. Like, they can't get into a rehab facility because they need to be on Medicaid, and they can't be on Medicaid if they are not on welfare. And so there's all these steps you have to get the help you need. And the movie's definitely commenting on all of the bureaucracy that goes on with all of those things when it comes to getting the help you need. And that bureaucracy still exists today in many ways. So that's part of the movie, but also the people they're also like bad guys are after them. Like these, I think, like drug dealers are after them because one of their friends, I think, like screwed these people over somehow, some way, or they screwed over some people somehow, some way, and now these people are after them. It's that usual thing. I really like this movie. It's fast paced, really well acted. The themes are there. I mean, it's a very sleek 91-minute movie. It's great. It really is. It's really, really, really good. So I would definitely recommend people checking this out. If you're a fan also of Tupac and you want to see what he was doing towards the end of his life, I believe this movie came out in 97. So therefore, Tupac passed away in 1996. So this came out posthumously after he had passed away. So that's kind of, morbidly interesting. Yeah. What's Yeah, so that's really interesting. I'm also curious to see what they have for special features here. I'm hoping it'd be nice to get Tim Roth to do an interview. I don't know if that's really in the budget for Kino. They'll usually probably do an audio commentary from one of the people who usually do audio commentaries for them. But anything really is nice. But we'll see when this actually comes out. Some comments here. Let's see. Wuxia it says Wuxia is largely based on Peking opera theater, so puppets make sense artistically. That does make a lot of sense. You need to be like physically limber. I guess puppets are physically limber to do Wuxia martial arts. Oh yeah, Tatsuya Nakade is one of the best actors ever. I believe he is in Harakiri, which is one of the greatest Japanese films ever made. Truly astonishing. Yeah, so let me check what else Kino's got going. So, okay, so I think we've talked about their film noir Dark Side of Cinema volume 27 before, so we don't have to talk about that now. This is a little interesting tidbit. I didn't think I needed to kind of cover this because we already talked about these releases individually, but the the Pink Panther movies that they have just put out in 4K and Blu-ray are being collected together in one single box, and it's coming out in September 8th, which is the birthday of Peter Sellers. So it's called the Pink Panther Masterpiece Collection, 1963 to 1978, and it's got all of the movies. It's got the Pink Panther, it's got A Shot in the Dark, it's got The Return of the Pink Panther, The Pink Panther Strikes Again, Revenge of the Pink Panther. Plus all of the bonus features as well. And you can buy these releases individually in 4K, individually in Blu-ray, or you can get them in this set here as well if you want to save some shelf space. I kind of prefer having them individually, but that is just me. But yeah, either way, I'm such a big fan of these movies that I already own them on the Shout Factory set that they had put out on Blu-ray a few years ago. I've done a review of that here on the channel, so check that out. I don't think there's anything else really here. Till Death Do Us Part, if I can find it. Oh no, Till We Meet Again. There it is. So Till We Meet Again, I actually did get to watch. I watched this last night. And it's a master melodrama. Frank Borzage helmed this emotional World War II adventure while the war still raged in 1944, starring Ray Milland as an American pilot shot down over the Nazi-occupied France and taken to a convent by the resistance. Barbara Britton gives a shining performance as a novice nun who takes an interest in the pilot and is willing to help him escape to England. On the run, the unlikely pair grow to care for each other in unexpected ways. Till We Meet Again is a ravishing underseen gem from Borzage, whose repertoire with classics like Seventh Heaven and A Farewell to Arms resonates with intense romanticism. I'm a big fan of Frank Borzage's work. I've become a big fan of his work over the last several years. Many of his movies have gotten Blu-ray releases from several companies, including Criterion as well as Kino. Let me pull up some of his movies now. So he did some that are pretty well known. Let me see, pull them up. Like I said, Seventh Heaven, Lacey. What are the other ones? Hold on. I should have gone to my Letterboxd, but Letterboxd is notoriously slow for me these days. But I want to pull up some. Oh, The Spanish Main, we just got a Blu-ray release from Warner Archive. He also did the movie Moonrise, and let's see, The Mortal Storm, which stars Jimmy Stewart and Margaret Sullivan. That's got a Warner Archive release. Strange Cargo, which just got a Warner Archive release. Three Comrades. Warner Archive once again. History is Made at Night is a Criterion release. That's a really great film. I very much enjoy that a lot. Little Man What Now is a movie I've seen. A Farewell to Arms, like I've talked about. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Frank Borzage's work. Big fan. And this movie is actually really, really good. I really like it a lot. It's it's a escaping out of harm type of movie set during World War II behind enemy lines. It's very well acted. It's got a sense of, classic Golden Age Hollywood, sheen to it. I really like it. A melodrama, if you will. I guess that's more of an appropriate term. But there's a 4K restoration by Universal Pictures in collaboration with the Film Foundation. 4K scan from the 35mm black and white nitrate original negative and 35mm black and white composite fine grain. So it looks like they're compiling several sources here. New audio commentary by film historian Imogen Sarah Smith. I would love to have Imogen Sarah Smith as a guest here on Chasing Labels. That would be awesome. The movie runs 88 minutes long, so it's a sweet, less than an hour and a half. If you're a big fan of Frank Borzage and kind of melodramas of the 1940s, definitely give this a recommendation. Coming out August 25th. So that is it I have for Kino. One thing I have left is the Synapse release. And the Synapse release is, what's the name of the movie? It's called Angel of Heat. And I think that Synapse is putting out a 4K of this movie. So that will be the last thing we talk about here, Angel of Heat. I almost think of Angel of Death, but that's not the title of this movie. Let's see. Here it is, Heat, Angel of Heat. Now this doesn't even have a release date on it yet. Let me see if it has any information. Let's see. Yes, it does. July 26th. Okay. So, Synapse Films, in collaboration with Red Shirts Pictures, has detailed its upcoming combo pack release of Mira A. Schreiman's Angel of Heat from 1983, starring Marilyn Chambers, Steven Johnson, Mary Woronov, Milt Kogan, and Joe Akamura. The release will begin shipping later this month. Let me get the description. The legendary Marilyn Chambers is Angel Harmony, a glamorous government agent tasked with stopping a mad scientist bent on world domination. His weapon of choice, an army of androids and... Hold on, this thing keeps moving on me like a beach ball at a concert. Androids and a bizarre device capable of disintegrating metal. Now Angel and a band of covert operatives from around the globe must deal with the secret microchips, shadowy conspiracies, and mud wrestling disco parties and erotic temptations around every corner. Now for special features, it's a 2-disc release, 4K and Blu-ray. New 4K restoration of the film from 35mm camera negative. Dolby Vision / HDR presentation of the 2 versions of the film. 1 in 1371 aspect ratio, 1 in 166:1 aspect ratio, which is exclusive to the 4K Blu-ray. There's an audio commentary with producer / director Mira A. Schreiman, moderated by film historian Michael Felsher. And then the Woman of Agency video essay on Marilyn's mainstream work by Jared Stearns, author of Pure, the Sexual Revolution of Marilyn Chambers. Vintage archival materials, including the original theatrical trailer and behind-the-scenes still gallery, double-sided Marilyn Chambers pin-up style folded poster, limited edition slipcover / O-card featuring original artwork by Justin Osborne, and then English subtitles if you indeed need them. So that is the Synapse release of Angel of Heat, starring Marilyn Chambers, coming out later this month. Or at least it will start shipping later this month. So I believe that is it for everything we've got here on Chasing Labels. I'll just go back to where we all started over at Criterion.com. Just, I guess, as a way to come around the river bend, as the song from the Disney movie says. So that is kind of it for everything we had here on Chasing Labels, spine number 196. I will check out some of the comments before we go. Some stuff that's on the horizon, actually, before I check the comments here. So here in Chasing Labels land, let me actually check my schedule. Let's see. We'll be having another episode of the Unwatched Pile on August 2nd. And that will be with our friend Rachel Belwar, who was a guest here on Chasing Labels a couple of episodes back. Let's see, when is the next... I think the next episode of Chasing Labels will be on the 10th of August. Let's see. Yeah, because there's... Yeah, I think it'll be on the 10th of August. Whatever 2 weeks is from now. I can't keep track of these things. After 4 hours, my brain is mush. But let's see. Yeah, Harakiri. So Harakiri Harakiri is one of my favorites on Letterboxd. At least I believe it is. Actually, I'm actually on my Letterboxd now. I should probably actually confirm that. So let me see. So my top 4 on Letterboxd, and that's why I'm going down this rabbit hole, is Lord of the Rings, Seven Samurai, The Red Shoes, and Harakiri. A nice cross-section of all things I love in cinema. So yeah, Harakiri's in my top 4 on Letterboxd. I'll give you a follow. I'm always looking to follow people. I'm on Letterboxd at Is It Joker. Sure, I'll give you a follow on there. Always looking for more ratings to show up every time I check a movie. Yeah, the movie is ridiculous. Yeah. Angel of Heat. Yeah, Angel of Heat. Marilyn Chambers, though, I have Behind the Green Door. Still haven't watched it. I haven't seen that movie yet either. I got to give that a watch. Yeah. So there are one other one here. So, this person also said they also watched Mystery Train by Jim Jarmusch. That's a great movie. I'm a big fan of Jim Jarmusch. His films are unique to his style. Very unique. I think of Down by Law a lot. I think of a lot of Jim Jarmusch films from time to time. A Dead Man is a fascinating movie. I think of yeah, so much. So I have a Jim Jarmusch section in my collection. Ghost Dog. Ghost Dog is excellent if you want a good Jim Jarmusch film. Yeah. So I think that's going to be Down by Law. Definitely give it a recommending. Definitely give it a recommendation. Yeah, and I'm glad you agree. Dead Man and is amazing as well as Ghost Dog. What I really want, and this was rumored that they were going to be giving Coffee and Cigarettes another Blu-ray release, but nothing has come from that. They gave Coffee and Cigarettes a Blu-ray release years ago, but I think it was supposed to get a re-release. That's a fascinating movie of just like these short segments of like characters that are just like drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes and talking about whatever. And it's very, very interesting. Another good Jim Jarmusch film is the vampire film that he did, which I think is really underrated. I have that on Blu-ray as well. Let's see. Is it? I forgot what it's called. Let's see. Where are you? Oh, Only Lovers Left Alive. Really love that movie, actually. I really love that movie a lot. Only Lovers Left Alive. That's another Jim Jarmusch film I recommend to people. But before I could talk about Jim Jarmusch for the rest of the night, I do want to say please check out everything else we have going on here on Chasing Labels. Recently, we did Criterion reviews of HUD and A Cruel Story of Youth. HUD is the Martin Ritt film from 1963. Cruel Story of Youth is the actually I should get them. Hold on, let me get them. Yeah, it's easier to reference these if I have them in my hand. Just completely ignore that. Completely ignore me bumping into the microphone. So we recently did Criterion review episode for these two releases here. Cruel Story of Youth came out in 1960. HUD came out in 1963. HUD is one of my favorite movies of all time, so I highly recommend this to anyone. Paul Newman, my favorite actor of all time. So check those movies out. Yeah, it is Oshima. It is Oshima. I got to get more Oshima in my collection. I've got this box set from Radiant. I've got to get more of the other stuff that he's put out. But with that being said, make sure to check out all the other stuff we've got going on here. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for watching, for listening. You can check out the audio not only here on YouTube, but the audio is also available at anywhere podcasts can be found: Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, etc., etc. Obviously, the replay can be found here on the Chasing Labels YouTube channel, and we will see you. We'll see you around, essentially. But of course, keep on watching all of those movies. No, that's not the saying. Keep on watching those movies. I know I will.